There we are. Let's see here. Mr. Blackwood. Reach out to Hood and ask when he'll be around for transport. Don't go anywhere, Sheriff McKinney. Oh, Sheriff. I wouldn't dream of it. Well, I guess we have some time to kill. What shall we do? I am feeling a little hungry. But first, I should probably stash something away. I don't know if it will be here when I come back. But I can't have... Oh, I should probably take this off too. Can't have them finding it. When they come to get me. Let's drop that somewhere a little bit better. Do-do-do. Drop the shotgun. That's a little better. Don't ask me how I got it. But also... Now you may wonder, how one just walks freely around the prison. Oh, the frame hit. Oh my. I need to adjust my graphics settings. We just went from 60 to 40. Ooh, ugly. I guess the game's about to not look so good. We'll just, we'll keep that on. We'll drop this down. Drop that down. I bet it's the volumetrics doing it. Alright, we'll change that and see how things go. Not... Oh, there it goes. Very nice. Okay, nice and smooth. And then I turned and it wasn't smooth anymore. 26 degrees. That is mighty hot. Let's see what the boatman says. He knows how much time I have left. Let's find out. Boatman. Boatman. Boatman.
This is the place.
I have
No doubt about it.
9,127 minutes to go. That's actually... Huh. Hang on. I could technically ride that out. 9,127 divided by 60 minutes. It's 152 hours divided by 24 hours in a day. So if I stayed logged in for 6.4 days straight on Blackwood, I could just not have, well, with the current time they have me in here, I could just, you know, not. I wouldn't have to worry about it. Because my time is going down. which means,
Well,
yeah,
looks like we're in the right
sorry, I have
place.
chips. So my time is going down. So
Technically, I could come in here. Let's see, 9126. I just want to see. I just want to see how many minutes doing this work. Shaves off. Also, I'm very sorry. I have chips and salsa. I just want to see how much time is shaved off. My sentence has been shortened. Okay. So, theoretically, if I stayed in there and swept for hours on end, because I would have
No
to.
mistaking it. This
So
is
it
the
was
place.
a minute. So it shaved a minute off of my time, and it only took about 20 seconds. So I could just constantly sweep, and it would shave time off my sentence. It would take forever, but I could reduce the time. Doing that constantly without break. Theoretically, it's like 2 days. 2 days? I could get out of a judicial hold in 2 days? That doesn't seem right. Huh. Makes me wonder. But the problem with that, my time didn't reset though. Interesting. Yeah. I'm stuck in here probably for another 40 minutes or so. So, maybe longer. I don't know. I don't know how long it's going to take them to come get me. There is another hearing at 7. They're here in about 40 minutes. And if you're on a steamboat,
Have a look.
it takes about 20 minutes to get out here. Yeah. Okay. So, at this point, we kind of just sit and wait. We eat goulash to stave off the hunger. Because, if you're consenting to supernatural RP, your boy Blackwood here is not a normal human anymore. Not anymore. No. Oh my god. Bye. What is going on? It's never been this complicated to get up here before. I just want to stand on this and turn around. There we go. That's all I wanted to do. Why was that so hard? And then he just plops down. There we are. Sitting on a box. Waiting for the Sharif. Oh, do I have anything else in my inventory that they're not gonna like? Let's find out. I have a pickaxe. They let me come in here with a pickaxe. Whatever. Cigarettes. Okay. I got a pen. I could do so much with a pen in actual jail. Oh my god. Trial starts hour and a half, I think. Something like that. We'll see. We'll see. I'm excited. I'm also internally screaming. I'm panicking just a little bit. Just a little. A little panic goes a long way. So, we just, kind of wait until they come and get me. Technically speaking, enough time, I think, if I tried really hard and got really lucky. There's enough time for me to break out before the trial starts, but not before people get here to come and get me, to take me to trial. I'll be interested to see how things go. I'm not sure how many jurors there are going to be. And I don't know. I have a general idea of what Hood's trying to do. I don't know how effective it's going to be, though. I tried a couple of times to get him to acknowledge some things that Blackwood knew about or may have arranged that, if brought up in court, could help provide some sort of, alibi. Um, but I don't know. Don't know how it's gonna go. Hmm. But we'll just sit right here and we'll wait. And we'll wait and we'll wait. And we'll wait. And wait. There's going to be a lot of waiting. So. Mm-hmm. slowly get there. Trial's coming. Soon. Very, very soon. How's everybody doing? Just waiting. Waiting for things to happen. While I eat my chips. Hmm. I mean, I was told by the sheriff not to go anywhere. It'd be a shame. Crying shame if he got here and there was no one here. But also, if he's telling me not to go anywhere, he must be real confident they're gonna win. And I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure I'm gonna win. But here we are. Here we are. Affiano broke out. I don't have no cellmates to talk to. It's just me and the lights. Maybe the prison guards. For now. If you get too close to them, though, they shoot you. They don't like people near them. It's okay. You gotta think, too. I've been extending my sentence a whole lot. And I don't think it resets at the storm. I could be wrong. I'll have to check it. And they put me back in here. See if they do it the same way. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Prison RP, where we sit on a box, wait for the cops, while eating our goulash and wine. I have no goulash and wine. I must go get some. This is going to be the most exciting thing that happens until the police come and get me. I know. It's riveting content. But this is what we're here for. The long haul.
The journey. The wait. That's why we're here. What is this little place? Is this an outhouse? I don't know. Can't get in. It's gotta be the outhouse. Yes. I think so. Sweep, sweep, sweep. Sweep, 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 sweep. Oh, excuse me. Ooh, my. Down we go. Well, this is it. This is what you're all tuning in for. This right here. This wonderful, wonderful. I wonder if I should put the Bear Creek logo in the top left. Hmm. Like up here. Something like that. I don't know. I think that's better. You can see my Yui. My gooey. Don't worry about all of the things that are spread across the bottom. I'm on widescreen, by the like ultra widescreen. You're only seeing the center of my screen. I have the map and all of that nonsense is way far left. So like this is the edge of where my mouse is. I've got so much screen on either side. It's crazy. So much craziness. I'm rambling at this point. I don't know what to do. We're just waiting on the police. I mean, that's it. There's a hearing, I think, that starts at 7. So here in about 20 minutes, there's a hearing that starts then, and then the Blackwood trial starts at 8. So an hour after that. I imagine somewhere around 7, they're going to depart to come get your boy. But I don't know for sure. So I guess we'll just wait and see. So should be fun. Should. I don't know. It's really just prison ASMR at this point. I don't know what to say. I could yell at you all right now. Ooh. Oh, that sounded weird. Oh. oh, oh no. Well, that's a bit of meta that I wasn't expecting. Oh my. Oh. Well, I can't divulge that. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. oh my. Oh, they must have really been looking. Holy cow. Wow, wow, wow. Me, oh my. Dog. I am very sorry for being so vague, but I can't really, oh, can't really speak on things. Oh boy. Just a little bit longer. Hopefully. This might actually.
Oh, this might actually make them run over. I don't know, though. I haven't heard back from my lawyer yet, so I'm really hoping that he didn't forget that this is tonight. Remy, hey, how's it going? Just doing some riveting prison RP here, while waiting for the police to show up to cart Blackwood down to Blackwater for trial. Oh yeah, oh, I can't wait. I'm excited for this. Like, regardless of the outcome, this kind of role play, like it's a big event. Like, it's a big story point that a lot of people get to be involved in, and I'm really excited for it. But also, if something goes sideways, I have something stashed, and I hope I can still pick it up. Hang on, I'll show you. Don't ask me how I got this in here, but I did. Drop it in the bushes. I wish it didn't flash like that. I wish it was just a box, like it was in DB. But like, if they come down from over here, it's still hard to see. They might not even catch it, so I'm not too worried about it. He really does. He most certainly does. Yep. Yep. And now we sit again. Yeah. I'm not sure if that's persistent. I don't know if it's like a distance thing. And hopefully if I lose, I can come out here and grab that. I don't know. We'll see. For the most part, I would agree with you. Yeah. For the most part, the crim and the law RP has been pretty good. There are a few growing pains here and there, but I think that is common amongst servers. I really don't know. I've played in this one and in Dust Bowl, so I have no idea. It is. I'm excited for the siege this Saturday. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to make it. I have it's the end of the trimester for me for school. My school does 12-week trimesters, and all of my schoolwork is due on Saturday. So I have to. School hasn't been too bad. There's been a few rough classes, but other than that, not terrible. What is terrible is that my school had decided to not grandfather me in to the old curriculum when they updated the curriculum for my degree. So now I have 2 extra classes that have been tacked on to my requirements. So yeah, no, that's gonna be, and they're fall only classes, so I'm not gonna be able to finish them until like Christmas of next year, which is pure ass. I thought I was gonna be done. I thought I was gonna be done with school this year, but it's looking like 25 or 26, early 26, which is so stupid. Considering how early we are in 24. Yeah, no, I know. It's just the way the things are looking like I'm gonna be able to schedule them. Because the capstone I can only take in the fall time of the year. And then they have these two new classes that I can also only take in the fall of the year. And these two classes are two new requirements for my capstone class, so I have to take these first. And I have fall only classes that I'm taking this year, so it's looking, yeah, it's stupid. Not looking great. Now I could triple stack and do the capstone plus these two extra classes at the same time. Um, but I would literally have no time for anything else because I'm spending right now. I work anywhere from 40 to 60 hours a week, sometimes more. Uh, my children have extracurricular activities pretty much every evening of the week now, and I'm spending at least an hour or two every evening on schoolwork per class. So it's a lot. We'll see how things go. Um, hopefully I'll be able to finish all my schoolwork. I'm probably not gonna log into the server tomorrow or Friday, and hopefully I'll be able to get all my stuff done. But my work schedule just changed. I used to do 410s, and I would have Friday off to work on things. But we got a new manager, and he wants everybody in the office 5 days a week, which for an IT firm is fucking stupid. I can work remote for 90% of my job. But hey, do what you want, I guess. It's almost 7. Uh, which means the other hearing that is before Blackwood's should be happening. I know. Crazy. Oh, excuse me. Oh, oof. Hmm. I don't know who any of these people are. My user list. Who is this? Where did all these people come from? Probably bots. Bot, 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 bot. Oh well. So how's things been going for buckets? Beans. Beans. Do I not have any water? Oh, I got the prison wine. Still waiting. Still waiting. I could get up in here and sit down. That's funny. Oh. I could go for a baked good right about now. Oh. What are we up to? 134. Do 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 do
Do do do do do do do do do do do do pop 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 pop. Do do do. Do 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 bum 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 chicka chicka cha da 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 bum 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 ba da pop 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 brap bum bum. Oh. Ba-da-ba. Oh, we can't be having that. No, it was this one. Was it this one? I don't remember. Yeah, that's the one. Ba-ba-da-ba. Band. Oh. You see, you can't be coming in here and posting that stuff. Because then I'll ban you. For forever. Ever, ever. And ever, ever. Doom, doom, ba, boom, ba, ba, da, boom, 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 boom. Boom. Gotta get them painkillers. Gotta get them painkillers. We're getting painkillers. Oh boy. Do. Do, do, do. Do, da, 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 da. I understand why they haven't come to get me yet, but it's still a little infuriating. You know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Hmm? Just a little. Oh man, server's going crazy right now. We've got a lot of people online at the moment. What are we looking at? 35? 35.
It's pretty good. Pretty good. Bum bum bum. Yeah. So we're just still just waiting. Really, I really hope. I really, really hope that my lawyer didn't forget or didn't like get held over at work or something. 'Cause that would suck. That would suck quite a lot. Because I am not prepared to represent myself, defend myself. If that happens, probably just postpone the trial because I don't want to defend. Don't want to defend myself. It's just not something that I want to do. So, I feel like I have a much better chance of getting off the hook here. If Clancy is able to, or Hood, whatever he wants to be called now, if he's able to represent Blackwood. I don't know what I don't know what name he uses. Who is this? And why are they going crazy? Oh. Oh, God. That's funny. Father? Who's this? Who is this? I don't know who this is. About to find out. Who's father? Uh-huh. Okay.
What the hell? Huh. Fancy seeing you here.
Yeah, me too.
Mhm. Perfect. Wonderful. I didn't realize he was going to be sent back here. Hmm.
So when's your trial?
Um. Well, I think they should be coming to get me soon.
You have those things hidden.
Oh, yes.
So what's your game plan?
Win. That's really just it. I just plan on winning the trial.
What's your plans with your gun is my question.
Oh, well, if I win, I won't be coming back here. If you need it, it's behind the post office here.
Well, I'm gonna be here a while.
Really?
I was somehow identified.
Oh,
Yep.
well, that's unfortunate.
Right now I'm just bored. Someone just keeps sweeping.
Well, tell you what. I'll give you the ammo for it too. I don't know if I will need this. I'm gonna give you yeah, here you go. There you go. Have some ammunition there. If I win outright, I won't be needing that, so I'll be able to collect my belongings from the sheriff's office and call it a day.
You need an acolyte.
Oh, well. An extra person's never a bad thing. I do things a particular way, though.
I murdered people too. Why do you think I'm back?
Did you kill someone?
No. I was trying to get stuff from my camp in Blackwater because it's the only fucking place that has the camping stuff.
Oh,
And I got caught going to it.
well, that's unfortunate.
Very unfortunate.
The pile of brooms is hilarious to me. Fine, it's the duck guy.
Oh, lucky me, I got a telegram.
Oh, it is lucky you.
I cannot believe I was identified. I tried so hard. We went on a mission to get Dye and everything.
Huh.
Depending on how this goes, I might just change the stream title and log into Sally. See what happens. I don't particularly feel like playing Hank tonight. I don't think. I might need to. No, because we've got the siege on Saturday, so I'll get one way or another. I'll get my hours in. Play him the weekend. But once Blackwood's story is concluded, I will probably start playing Hank a lot more. I'm just trying to get through this. Depending on how the trial goes, though, that might be, you know, might be a couple more days, or it might be a few more weeks. So we'll see how things go. It's so hot here. It's so hot on Sisika. Why you gotta be so hot here? No, I can't have any more goulash. I already have goulash. He won't give me any more goulash.
So, how long are you here for this time?
I don't even know, to be honest.
Damn.
But give me 3 hours and I'll be out.
Well, I guess we'll see how that goes. You have much more luck with the inmates and guards than I ever did.
The second time I brute forced, by the way. 4,000 something numbers, by the way.
That is absolutely insane.
I was getting tired after an hour and 40 minutes. I had not 2 numbers. So I said, fuck it. And I brute forced it.
That's wild.
Yes, and I never want to do it again.
Well.
The trial's happening in 45 minutes is when it's set to start. 8 o'clock Eastern. But I'll be streaming the whole thing. So if you miss any of it or aren't able to come in to see the whole thing, you can just
I'll
watch
leave
the
you the
VOD.
shotgun so you have something just in case.
Oh, it's quite all right. I don't expect this to go poorly in my favor. But if my attorney doesn't respond to my telegram soon, the court might ask me to defend myself.
I would say I'd help defend you,
Well,
but I don't think that's gonna happen.
no, I think, honestly, if they ask me to defend myself, I might just ask them to postpone until my attorney is able to show up.
If I were you, I'd probably postpone it.
Mm-hmm.
Because your hearing is in what, 20 days? 10 days?
40. It starts, yeah, about 40. But I expect them to show up to get me here in just a few minutes. I would think. The travel from here to Blackwater by way of the river, it takes a few days.
It does.
Yeah, I don't like. I had Blackwood and Hood talked about
I would be
that, but I don't
careful
know.
today.
Careful. Why?
At the courthouse, just be careful.
I mean, I'm going to be surrounded by lawmen.
That's not what I meant. Keep your head low.
Oh, you think somebody's going to make an attempt on my life?
Not your life.
Somebody else's? Interesting. I will bear that in mind. Thank you very much.
Just keep your head low because, let's just say, the devil might break out sooner rather than later.
Oh, well, if that's the case.
Let's just say I might have $500 on me.
Well, I see. That makes me a little happy. Which corner of the courthouse should I stay out of?
The front.
Duly noted.
Let's just say there's gonna be a big boom.
Oh. I wonder if I can. During or?
During.
Oh my.
We're gonna postpone it. For a reason. It gives you more time and your attorney more time because, let's be honest, your attorney is a hothead.
I actually think we have a very solid defense.
If he shows up.
If he shows up.
Your attorney has about 15 minutes before I have to go.
Oh, well. I don't know if he's going to be there waiting for me or if he's going to come with the sheriff. I honestly have no idea what the arrangement is. Nobody's sent me a letter back letting me know what the travel arrangements are going to be. But either way, I'm excited.
Either way, it might get postponed. Because I want to prove a point.
Good to
And
know.
plus, it's the best time where all the government officials are in one building. It's like a gold mine, and I'm gonna strike gold.
Oh boy. Well, I'll keep my head down.
Trust me, I did my hearing. I fucking hate that judge.
Who did you have?
Judge Janice.
Oh, I don't think she's going to be preceding my trial.
She's gonna be there probably.
Alfiona's a weird one. He really is. He's
I'm gonna go see what happens if I give him the $500 now. Just in case.
All right.
Just in case you have a good trial.
Yes, well, good luck. Like I said, the shotgun's in the bushes behind the building there, if you need
I'll
it.
probably grab it.
Oh, absolutely.
I'll go grab it, go see what I have to do. I probably have to go to him, and then I'll probably talk to the guy out there.
Yes. You have an emotional support broom, by the way.
Well, unfortunately, it's gonna be my emotional support room the whole time. I have
Well.
no way to get rid of my emotional support room.
Well, once you grab the shotgun, you can drop it.
Of course.
Alfiona's a weird one. He called Clancy a hothead, but oh my goodness, he is a hothead. I don't know DN. I don't know who you are in the server. But I play I play somebody who's on this side of the law and somebody who is a crim this guy. But he's a different kind of crim. You know, Blackwood has allegedly been killing folks. Allegedly. So he's being put on trial. You know, and we'll see how it goes.
I might wait. I mean, I already paid, but I might wait.
Oh, you already. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm assuming I talk to the guy out there and I get a free ticket.
Did he tell you where to go?
No, but I'm assuming over there to that. I'm gonna go check real quick.
Oh, okay.
Oh. Oh, Macaulay. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, we've seen each other. It's Hank. Hi, hello.
I'm gonna wait for them just in case they try to see if I'm still in here.
That's a good idea.
And if they don't show up in 50 minutes, I'm just gonna go. I don't give a fuck.
I wouldn't either. I would say they've. Honestly, the trial starts in 35 days. The journey here alone takes 15.
Well, they better come soon.
They really should. Makes me kind of worried.
Maybe my acolytes already did the plan. You're not the only one with people.
Oh, I didn't expect as much.
I'm just as deranged as you are.
Well, it's not a competition.
He's not. But our conversation from last time, I think we both know how deranged we can be.
Oh, I think so, yes. go stand on the wall and see if they come.
Of course.
I'll let you know.
I give him like 10 minutes. Because at the end of the day, they're going to figure out I left anyway.
Yes, eventually they will find out. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Beavis and Butthead. Beavis and Butthead! That's fair. That's honestly fair. I can kind of tell what you mean by that. Oh my god. They gotta show up soon.
Come on. Oh my god. We'll get that.
It's a good one. That's a good one right there. That's good. I like that. No, I know what you were talking about. I saw so I can't see all the way across. Like there's static items and stuff that render in, but player owned stuff like boats and horses and the player characters themselves, they have a max render distance. And it's only about, so like here probably where that line is roughly around where the max render distance is for player characters. So I'm not gonna know that anybody's like coming here until they're real close to the island. But yeah, I saw your crash because I saw the clip, but I wasn't able to see it happen when it was happening. I would have liked to, because it looked funny as hell. But I don't know. Oh god, no. I mean, I've done it. I've made the journey from similar distances. Hank has run all the way on foot. I didn't steal any horses all the way from Valentine to Blackwater. Your boy's going. Your boy's going. Your boy's not going. How did it?
How did it go?
I'm about to just leave, to be honest.
Oh, I see. Nobody's here yet.
I'm giving them like 2 minutes.
Oh. If he
If he times it, He times it right. He might pass him in the water. Oh my god, no, he's so funny. Oh jeez. Oh. What's up, Greta? What are you doing? Huh? What's going on? Hmm. I don't even know. I don't even know if anybody's on their way out here because nobody has said anything to Blackwood. Nobody sent him a telegram letting them know that they're on their way. The last thing I got from the sheriff was, "We'll look for Hood to make arrangements. Don't go anywhere." That's the last thing he heard. All I know, personally, all I know is that the trial is in 28 minutes and ain't nobody here to get me. That's all I know. Mm. Mm-hmm. Hello, Copper. I mean, oh, is he gonna go? Please don't shoot me. Please don't shoot me. Please don't shoot me. Please don't shoot me. That's him walking. So, admittedly, I don't know how that works. I don't know if he just got, like, teleported out of here like you normally would. I think he's just... I think he's just gone. Yeah. No crossing the water. He did it the easy way. Paid for his way out. Hmm. All right. Well, goodbye, Alfiano. What the heck is that? It's just a really tall tree. But the tall trees are over there. In that direction. Why is that? Why is the tree so tall? Why is it? What? Oh my god. That'd be funny. Cutting it close. Greta, what are you doing? Hmm? What are you doing, Pooch? What are you doing? What are you doing? Hmm? Like the ear screeches. Hmm? I heard something. Hmm. So, Blackwood, as the defendant, is probably not going to take the stand. Prosecution cannot make him take the stand because he would have to potentially self-incriminate. And taking the stand gives the prosecution the opportunity to essentially make him do that. Because if he's on the stand, they could just flat out ask, did you kill X, Y, or Z? Or, you know, everybody. That was not my decision, actually. That was Hood's. He said, I mean, it's honestly putting the defendant on the stand is not generally a smart move. It's really not, regardless if they're guilty or not. It's just it's not smart. um, so Blackwood will not be giving anybody the opportunity to tear him down unnecessarily. There they are. So that's the first place I saw them. And that's just the boat. I see somebody. I don't know who that is yet. It's probably Festus driving, piloting, whatever you want to call it. The models at a distance are hilarious. Alright, I'm gonna make sure I got nothing illegal in my pockets. Rocks, ownership, goulash. Do I have wine? Come on, eat the food. We're gonna go get fresh. Crashes, you know it's Festus. Yeah, for sure. Fresh wine and goulash. Hands up. And we wait.
And now it's time. They are cutting it awfully close. Come on. There they are.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning.
Doing all right?
I'm doing just fine. Just waiting.
Big day today. I'm just gonna search you real quick.
Oh,
Don't
yes.
mind me.
Yep. Oh, okay. And so it begins.
See ya. Goulash gotten any better?
No, not at all.
Mm,
But I figured I might as well grab some, just in case I got hungry at the trial.
right. Okay. All right, Josie, come check him out.
There was another fellow in here not too long ago. I'm not sure where he's run off to.
He say anything to you?
He was pretty tight-lipped. He did a lot of sweeping.
Interesting.
He's
He
good.
he was at the telegram office quite a bit, though.
All right. Give me just a moment.
Sure.
I'll stay right there.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Oh, no problem.
Didn't realize they had such suspicious goulash.
All right, let's go.
The goulash is suspicious. Have you told the guards you're taking me?
Yeah, we sent a letter ahead of time.
Oh, wonderful.
Sent a letter ahead of time. Did they unjail me already? Did they unjail?
Are you hungry or thirsty at all before we leave?
No.
Okay.
I'm fine.
Wow.
Thank you. Oh,
Hey, you want to clear your throat there.
frog in the throat every now and then.
I had a question maybe you can answer for me.
Sure.
What the fuck does that feller do there in the flat cap?
Well, the ferryman.
Yeah.
Well, he, are you all right?
Me?
He's fine.
Yes, he lets you know how much time you have left on your sentence,
Okay.
and, when your sentence is over, he sends you back, across the river here.
Gotcha. So, obviously, as you know, a lot of things around, especially, like trains and boats and all that, they can be a little finicky sometimes. So, try not to move around very much during this trip. If you need us to stop at any point so that you can eat or drink something, let us know.
Oh, of course. I think I'll be fine, but, I appreciate that.
Feet and hands inside the ride at all times.
Well, I don't think I have much of a choice with the hands.
You know what? That's fair.
You must be this tall to ride.
Oh.
I'm sure he's got that covered. He seems pretty tall.
And it begins.
They need to make a boat that's like 10 times faster than this one. Because this is a quick one, but damn it, it is still a bit of a ride out here.
It's a bit of a journey. I was beginning to worry.
Apologies, I'm making you worry.
Oh no, I just there was no correspondence between anybody. I mean, you told me not to go anywhere, Sheriff, which I found hilarious.
That was just a kind of light joke.
Oh yes. But Mr. Hood didn't respond to my telegrams, and so I didn't know if anybody was on their way.
We told him that we were on our way to pick you up. I'm surprised he didn't reach out to you.
He is awake. Then?
He is awake.
Oh, thank God.
He was at the courthouse when we left.
Won't have to defend myself then. Honestly, if that would have happened, I would have probably asked for a postponement. I'm not really,
You're not confident in your abilities to be legal counsel for yourself.
I think it would be a stupid move on my part to try to attempt that. It's not that I don't believe in my ability to do so, but Mr. Hood is, well, this is his field.
Couldn't have said it better myself. You know, I always wonder about those old-fashioned boats in the harbor with the
Yeah.
sails and such.
What about them?
Just, you know, with everyone moving on to coal and whatnot, how would you keep them?
Well, if we ever, for some reason, run out of coal,
No,
nothing beats, the original.
there's no way we could
Good
run out of
old
coal.
Wind power. We used those pretty extensively in the Civil War.
What? Ships with sails?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought he meant they just tossed coal at each other.
Yes. Giant lumps of coal just chucked it at each other.
You know what? I like to imagine that that's actually how that went down.
Well, I mean, every now and then you run out of ammunition, and you put whatever you can find in the barrel. I mean, most of what we had was.
Does that work? You won't jam
Muskets.
up the gun?
I wouldn't recommend doing it long
I was
term.
gonna say, hell, we could do, like drills or something. Just shoot baby carrots at each other.
I have loaded.
Baby carrots.
Yeah, that hurt like a bitch.
Well.
I suppose they do have a smaller gauge than like a slug.
Oh yeah, we could try putting slugs in there.
Well, standard
No, like a
musket
shotgun
is-
slug.
Well, yeah, there would be smaller. Well,
No,
it
Yeah,
depends
yeah,
on.
yeah. Of course, of course, that's what I meant, Josie.
Depends. When,
Cool.
like a crawly slug,
Slimy slug.
a little
No.
slimy slug, loaded
Little-
into the end of the barrel. I
little
think it'd probably try
slimy
to
slug.
crawl out or crawl deeper. I don't know. They like dark, damp places. Maybe they'd go in the barrel, and then you'd have a singed, slimy little cannonball.
Could do snails because they got shells.
That'd be a very small shell to fit in the barrel.
Yeah, shell nonetheless. I need some shells. Hands you a snail.
Oh my. That's quite.
Is
funny.
that technically animal cruelty?
I
I
believe
don't-
so.
Do snails count as animals?
Of course they do.
I mean, I would imagine anything that lives, breathes, moves, that's considered an animal.
Do snails breathe?
I don't know what snails do.
Through their skin, yes.
Oh,
Oh, ew.
learn something new every day.
I mean, I guess in a way we sort of do that, I guess.
Same for slugs.
Yeah, these ain't my nostrils, they're my skin holes.
I
I didn't like that either. Withdraw the
no.
statement.
Thank you.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm still thinking about it. Kind of etched in my brain now.
It's hard to forget, honestly.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
For what?
I saying what I said.
Skin holes?
Yeah.
Yes.
That can be perceived a lot of ways, so we're just gonna pretend it was never said at
We're
all.
just gonna
Skin
pretend it
holes
never
like
happened.
Swiss cheese.
Okay.
Ooh.
Well,
I met a
that's where my
Swiss
mind
person once. Oh my god.
went. Wait, no, I shouldn't laugh at that.
What? Why not?
I don't know.
These two are funny.
Looking at the sun, I'd say we have about 9 minutes left to get there.
Oh joy.
Isn't that when the trial starts?
So we're almost there.
That's fair. That's fair.
I think I just saw a Dumbo
Fair.
octopus back there.
But what?
A Dumbo octopus.
But this is a river.
You'd
Yeah.
be surprised what you find in
There are
rivers.
sharks in rivers too.
There's no
I wouldn't
fucking
write
sharks
off
in
an
the river.
octopus. You don't know that.
I do
Well,
know that.
No, you don't. Genuinely.
Yes, I do.
No.
It depends on the kind of shark.
Hey, okay, let me ask you this, Josie. Do you know that there are sharks in the river?
Well, not
I know that there's not sharks.
not
No,
this
how
one.
do how do you know there's not?
I just got a feeling.
Okay, no, see that won't hold up in court.
Well, luckily we're not going to court about that, are we?
Point
Well,
of
we are going
order.
to court.
You can't
Uh,
disprove that they're
the-
there or
You
not.
can't prove that they're there.
I have seen bull sharks in the Mississippi with my own 2 eyes.
Case in point.
Can you smell? Excuse me. Can you spell Mississippi?
Mississippi.
Hey, he said
He
PP.
said baby.
Indeed, I did.
Gotcha.
I've been got.
You've been had, frankly. I'm sorry. Well, we're almost there.
Let's obviously be a bit cautious going up to the docks.
Of course.
Are we expecting trouble?
Josie, where was that?
Depends. Can I check my map and be fine here?
I think so. I mean, he's been handcuffed this whole time and been fine.
No, I meant like, am I gonna fall overboard?
That's yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I think you should be fine.
That would be bad.
Manzanita.
Oh, okay,
That's odd.
that's very odd.
Maybe a bear attacked and there's no doctors around.
Probably. Well, no, I'm pretty sure I saw a doctor earlier. I think.
How did the local get out here to tell you?
Oh
No. We were passing by Saint
Yeah,
Denis. They
we were
shouted
passing by
it.
Saint Denis and fucking shouted at me.
Yeah, he was actually, he had a very good projection on his voice.
Mm-hmm.
That's impressive.
Yeah, he should be an auctioneer. Maybe he is an auctioneer.
You should do
Maybe
opera,
he is.
honestly.
Well, he just ran over a fish.
1 for 1. I think it might have been a shark, actually. Damn, you were right.
I know I'm right.
Blah, blah, blah. Alright, so obviously, to get him off... actually, I'll tell you what. I will drop you off. You know where we take him to the ferryman?
Mm-hmm.
Drop you off there. Actually, I don't know if he'll be able to get out, because I don't believe... You can't hop around while you're in them, can you?
Don't test it right now.
Yeah, don't.
I couldn't earlier. I tried to jump into the boat and I somehow you've bound my legs as well.
Well, ain't that something?
It's just how it goes.
I suppose that is how that goes.
That's how that goes. I'll tell you what. I trust you not to run away or do anything foolish.
I would never.
So, just gonna...
Let me hop up first.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
no,
then
oh,
I'll get him uncuffed.
Sorry.
There you go.
oh,
Oh,
there we go. Okay.
hands up, please.
Yep, of course.
They're very, very protective. Don't want me going nowhere.
Alrighty, let's go.
Okay.
We're gonna take a right around the marshal's office.
Sure.
Mind the dock here. There's some strange happenings.
I stub my feet here all the time.
Yeah, the
gonna
planks have
try
to be
going this
relayed.
way, just to avoid all of
Yeah,
that.
we'll take the stairs over here. Okay. Well, that didn't
That's a
work
lot
out.
of folk. Oh, well.
I do apologize.
Hmm. You ever consider singing as a profession?
I thought about it.
Oh, lovely.
There you go.
Father,
Hello.
you look healthy and in one piece.
Uh,
I assume
well,
they
well.
haven't been abusing you out there.
No. The goulash is terrible, but I've not been abused.
Well, we got some food here. They're going to be handed out in the courtroom. You might get a little bit better food here if
Oh,
this
perfect.
proceeding goes a while. Um, Levi, is there a place
Mhm.
I could meet with my client just very briefly
Yes.
before we
If you wanna
begin?
step up,
Festus, do you
come
want to
up
bring
to
him
me,
down to the
turn around, and
holding cell
put
in
your
the
hands up,
basement?
please.
Yeah, I can do that.
I assume somebody needs to search me before I can go in.
Do it downstairs.
Yeah, do downstairs.
I need to be
Go ahead.
Yes,
we'll do it
sir.
downstairs.
searched.
All right, this way.
All right. Hoping my ears don't get cloggy down here.
Yeah, yeah. All right. Just right in there for me, please.
All right.
If you could shut that door, it's a little funky. Thank you. All right. If you two need
Is
to talk,
it-
I'll
do I
keep
need
you
to-
in mind. Yeah. We'll search you real quick.
You got to handcuff me for that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, if you could put your
Careful
hands
of
up,
the-
please.
Getting
Careful
holes.
of my delicate skin.
I'll be as gentle as I can.
Getting holes.
I've heard that before. Not from you, of course.
Oh my god.
Oh, excuse me.
Ooh, omelets. Haven't had those in a while.
There's a lot of people around here. You can
We're
tell
good.
there's a lot of people.
Let me check real quick.
Because the bottom left, it's showing red. I'm hoping we're able to hear everybody here at the trial.
Beautiful. Do you write your own do you write your own hunting licenses?
Yes, why?
I was just curious.
Thank you. Thank you.
And we'll be right outside.
Is Father Blackwood going to be uncuffed during the trial? It's untoward if he's cuffed in front of the jury. It creates an impression of guilt.
Yeah. No,
Thank you.
we'll get him
Thank
uncuffed
you.
before he heads in there.
Oh, thank you.
Let's see. Let me whisper now. All right, Father, can you hear me?
I can.
I think I am generally prepared.
Alright.
As I indicated, mainly the defense is going to be presented through cross-examination of their witnesses to demonstrate the lack of direct proof. I want to prepare you for one thing. I'm not certain you're going to like my opening.
Judge Justice James are
Mm,
giving me permit
the
for
reason
wearing
is-
my hat. I don't want to blind anyone.
My judgment is that I can't and do not intend to proclaim your innocence because I have the task of disproving something rather than proving it. And if I take
Right.
on the burden of trying to prove something, that being your innocence, I
Yeah,
will
I don't want,
fail
any
just
trouble
as
for the
I
rights.
intend to demonstrate that the government has failed. So
I
my focus
understand
on
that.
this case is going to be demonstrating
Lack
the
of.
uncertainty about things.
I
So I
understand.
hope that doesn't offend you. I'm trying to keep
Oh.
your neck out of the noose.
Not at all. I do appreciate that.
I appreciate that little tip about that crime that occurred on the 12th, because that is going to play a role in this in the defense.
Fuck
What I intend to do
yes.
is attack. I have three main tasks.
All right.
One, to attack the indirect and circumstantial nature of all the evidence other than the testimony of Isaac Johnson. Two, I got to take Isaac Johnson on in the teeth and demonstrate him as a murderer and liar. If I fail to shake the jury's confidence in his credibility, we're sunk. So I got to go after him.
Of course.
The third thing is to throw in the other potential assailants that the police have not really thoroughly investigated. That being this Cunningham fella, a fella by the name of Samuel Rousseau, and even possibly Dr. Valentine as potential other suspects. And then to comment on the fact that there was a crime of very similar nature that occurred while you were incarcerated at Sisika on April 12th. Um,
Yes, it
that
was not.
suggests
Uh,
that perhaps the police do not have the right man. And as far as I can tell from the police report, their only theory is that somehow you busted out of Sisika, went to Strawberry, killed a couple of locals, and then busted back into Sisika, which I feel is absurd.
which is fairly funny because they came out to visit me in Sisika to make sure I was still there on the 12th.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm gonna raise all this stuff, and I'm gonna be dancing. And Levi's a new lawyer, so he's gonna be all over the place. So I'm gonna have to be bobbing and weaving and rolling with the manner in which the testimony comes in and making snap decisions.
Of
I'm
course.
using my best. I'm using my best judgment, and I'll do my best to poke the holes in their case, and we'll see where we go.
Well, sir, I trust you, and I appreciate everything you've done so far.
All right. Well, they'll bring you into the courtroom soon enough, and they'll uncuff you. And obviously, you're just gonna sit there and look like you got a halo over your head. All right.
Of course.
The way
Yes.
you keep your mouth shut. If I need to know something from you, I'll ask you. I don't want you reacting to nothing, making no faces, no gestures, no mumbling, no nothing. All right. You can't
Absolutely.
piss off this jury. You're a neutral person, and you ain't reacting to nothing.
I'm just
all
here
right?
to watch.
Oh, that's really good. That's really good. I'm really happy that he's going to incorporate that into the defense. I was really worried that he wasn't, but hearing that he's going to makes me really, really happy. Because if a crime happened while I was in Sisika that is super similar to what we're doing, then it makes it really hard for them to prove that it's me. Oh yeah. Hood's good. Clancy's great. He's wonderful. Hello
Ready?
again.
Oh, whoa,
My
whoa.
voice! Oh, jeez. Oh, God. Oh, thank you.
It's probably all that goulash,
It's the
honestly.
goulash. It's doing funny things to me.
Search you one last time.
Oh, yes, of course.
Aha.
And be careful of that.
Fishing rod.
Oh,
Knew there
I was
something
going to say
fishy.
be careful of the pickaxe, but not really a whole lot I can do. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Am I good to go in?
Good.
Yep, Herschel told me to come inside, so.
I haven't consulted the Constitution, so Judge Zorn may have a different point of view. Miss Abigail doesn't happen to be here with some food for me, does she?
That's
There, Madeline should have some food for you. I gave her
She should be on her way.
the
All
pork.
right.
I think.
I'm not dying of hunger right now, but if this thing goes more than
We're
period
gonna
of
keep it
time, I
short.
will be at some point.
As short as we can. What's outlined in the Constitution is a bit on the short end. I would say if you need to go a little bit longer, that's fine, but keep it within reason.
I'll go look for
Probably,
my sister.
opening statements of about 2 to
3?
3 minutes at most.
3 jurors?
Fair enough, Judge.
All right. Well, while we're standing here, I want to make sure the primary people can all hear, since we have a lot of people in the room. Can all of the jury hear me?
Yes.
Oh,
It's
Yes,
3.
Zoran, can I approach
Luna,
again,
can you
please?
hear?
Yes, you can approach.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, all of the jury can hear you.
Okay, good.
oh. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yep.
hear water. There's water over there. Oh, all right. Well, that's about.
I don't know where you are.
Oh, folks can't see each other.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, it gets dark in here.
Yeah, it gets a little
It's
creepy.
a mood lighting.
Just like some places back over in Saint Denis when we used to live there.
Here we go
Mhm.
again.
All right.
Just before we
Oh, go ahead.
sorry, before we begin, do you want me to pass any food out to anybody who is in dire need of it, or?
Is anybody here in need of food right now? Okay, if you do find yourself, feel free to drink and eat in court. There's no, we're not going to hold you in any kind of disrespect or anything for that. I understand. But if you do find yourself in need, and just raise your hands or stand up. And Ms. Madeline here is our bailiff, and she has some food for you.
So four
All right.
jurors.
I'm going to go ahead and get us started if we're all ready. Is everyone here that needs to be here paying attention?
Yep.
All right. Then I'm not going to ask anyone to rise because sitting can be frustrating. But I'm going to go ahead and say the Court of the Commonwealth is now in session. I, Honorable
there's
Judge
someone
Zorn,
sitting in that chair.
will now hear the case. Could you give me the official name of this case?
No, I'm just gonna go.
Levi?
It is the West Elizabeth Sheriff's Office versus Ezekiel Blackwood.
Sir, you're sitting on me.
Okay, thank you. Everyone may be seated. And I will go ahead and swear in the jury. Jury, can you raise your hands? I will take that as your hands being raised. Members, do you solemnly swear to affirm that you will truly listen to this case and render a true verdict and a fair sentence as to the defendant?
Yes.
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 Please make sure you're shouting.
Yes.
Yes.
I heard 4.
Yes.
I heard you. I think we're just waiting on brother. Brother, did you hear me?
Yes. Hello?
Yeah, okay. All right, good.
Oh, sorry.
All right. I just want to address you all briefly. Your duty today is to determine whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty, based only on facts and evidence provided in this case. The prosecution has the burden of proving the guilt of the defendant beyond reasonable doubt. The burden remains on the prosecution through the trial. The prosecution must prove that the crime was committed and that defendant is the person who committed the crime. However, if you're not satisfied with the defendant's guilt to that extent, then reasonable doubt exists, and the defendant must be found not guilty. So, I would like to know on the what are the charges that we're looking at today?
1 second here.
Take your
The
time.
charges being brought against Mr. Ezekiel Blackwood is 1 count of attempted murder against James Anders, 1 count of attempted murder against Rose Sterling, 1 count of murder against Vela Alden, 1 count of murder against Franklin Rosa, and finally another count of murder against Elizabeth Mayweather. He was also, at the time of the arrest, charged with 1 count of possession of an illegal item in the 2nd degree, which he pled guilty to.
Your Honor, one point of procedure.
Mm-hmm.
The defendant is an ordained minister, and we would request that he be referred to as Father Blackwood.
That's fine. We will proceed with Father Blackwood. Okay, so let me make sure I have this straight. We have 1 count attempted on James Anders, 1 count attempted murder on Rose Sterling, and 3 counts of murder for the 3 other individuals, Vela,
Yes.
Franklin, and Mayweather.
Yes.
And how does the defendant plea on these counts?
I've been advised and authorized to indicate to the court that my client pleads not guilty.
Okay. Is the prosecution ready?
Yes.
Oh, here we go.
And is the defense ready?
I am, Your Honor. We are.
All right. Well, then we can proceed with the opening statements from prosecution first. Please try to keep it under 3 minutes if you can.
Of course. Alrighty. Your Honor and esteemed members of the jury, ladies and gentlemen of the court, today we're gathered here today to seek justice for the victims of heinous crimes perpetrated by the defendant Ezekiel Blackwood. Over the course of this trial, you will hear compelling evidence that paints a vivid picture of a man driven by darkness whose actions have left a trail of tragedy and devastation in their wake. The evidence we will present will show you that on the night of March 10th, Elizabeth Mayweather, a beloved member of our community, was brutally murdered. And apologies. Blackwood was seen leaving the town with Miss Mayweather, and they have personal history that could point to a proper modus operandi for the cause of the crime. But tragedy did not end there. Just 2 days later, James Anders narrowly escaped death at the hands of Blackwood and his accomplice. Despite sustaining grave injuries, Anders managed to survive and make his way back to civilization and recount what he knows of the of his attack. Furthermore, the subsequent investigation revealed a pattern of violence and bloodshed linked to Father Blackwood, from the double murder of Franklin Rosa and Vela Alden to the attempted murder of Rose Sterling. Throughout this trial, we will present compelling evidence, including eyewitness testimony, circumstantial evidence that will leave no doubt as to the guilt of the defendant, Father Ezekiel Blackwood. We will demonstrate beyond a reasonable doubt that he is responsible for these heinous crimes and that justice demands accountability. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I urge you to keep an open mind and consider the evidence impartially. The facts will speak for themselves, and they will lead you to but one conclusion, that Father Ezekiel Blackwood is guilty of the charges brought against him. That is all.
My FPS is dropped.
Defense?
May it please the court. My colleague, Mr. Waxmonsky, members of the jury. My name is Alexander Hood, and I am here today representing Father Ezekiel Blackwood. Now, I expect at this moment you anticipate that I am here to proclaim the innocence of Father Blackwood. I am not. I have no idea who killed the people that Father Blackwood is charged with murdering. I intend to make no effort to prove his innocence. What I can assure you, and what I will show you, is that just as I have no idea who killed those people, neither does the prosecution. The evidence that you will see presented before you, with the exception of the testimony of one admitted liar and murderer, whom the prosecution allowed to walk free in exchange for testimony taking his own neck out of the noose and placing Father Blackwood's in it. With the exception of one man's testimony, all the evidence you hear was accurately described by Mr. Waxmonsky when he called it circumstantial. Innuendo, supposition, rumor. And they will be asking you to send a man to the gallows based on nothing more than that. I will demonstrate, and we will demonstrate through the examination of the witnesses that the prosecution will present, that the case is so full of holes you could drive a wagon through it. There is a reason why the standard for burden of proof as enunciated by the judge is beyond a reasonable doubt. If that standard is set too low, innocent people will be sent to the gallows. That's what we are here to prevent.
Oh, God, he's so good.
The state has the burden to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt, and at the end of the case, when you look at the evidence, you will have plenty of reasonable doubt. In addition to the fact that all evidence presented other than the testimony of a known liar is circumstantial, the defense will also present what are called alibi witnesses, witnesses who place the defendant at a location other than the location where the crimes took place at the times when the crime supposedly took place. We will provide information establishing that there are not one, but at least 3 other potential assailants who were suspects at various times of these and other crimes of similar nature that the police totally abandoned their investigation of when the one so-called eyewitness came forward with his story against Father Blackwood, and that the locations of those people are completely unknown to the police. I will finally demonstrate that during the time that Father Blackwood was incarcerated at Sisika Prison and awaiting this trial, another set of murders was committed, strikingly similar to those with which he is charged, further calling into doubt the assertion that Father Blackwood is the criminal here. At the end of this trial, I will ask, no, I will insist, on behalf of the defendant and the entire territory, that you apply the law that you have just sworn to uphold and consider whether reasonable doubt exists, and you will conclude certainly that it does. Thank you.
All right. We're going to get right to it then. Prosecution, if you're ready, you can call your first witness.
I would like to call Mr. James Andrews to the stand.
All right. Mr. Andrews, if you could stand. I will go ahead and swear you in. If you can raise your hands. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
You may take a seat here to my right.
I'm curious as to when certain events are going to happen that I have been informed about not an hour ago.
On the afternoon of March 12th.
Your Honor, quick point of order. Does the court not think it might be better to use the witness box closer to the jury so the jury has an unobstructed view of the witnesses while they're giving their testimony?
That's a very good point. Yes, we'll do that. Mr. Andrews, do you mind moving to this one?
Yes, of course.
Credibility of the witnesses is a crucial issue in this case. It's better for the jury to be able to see their faces while they're talking.
Very true. Thank you.
All right. To continue where I left off, on the afternoon of the 12th of March, can you inform me of where you were at the beginning of the events that led up to your assault?
Well, I'll be honest, I don't remember too much, but I remember, I believe I was visiting the grave of my friend Elizabeth Mayweather.
You believe?
Before Mr. Johnson, before I was.
We can't hear him.
Oh,
Yeah,
am I supposed to be using my
yeah,
travel?
if you could,
Please.
yeah.
Oh, apologies. Okay. Well, I remember I was visiting the grave of my dear friend Elizabeth Mayweather before I was taken away. I don't really remember much of what happened. I don't remember where it was, but I remember there being two men. One was wearing all black, and the other one was wearing what looked like a doctor's uniform with a mask on.
All right. And is that all you remember about those events?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's. I remember waking up and stumbling into town afterwards.
All
I
right.
had to be brought into surgery.
Thank you for trying to recall all of that information. I know you don't know a whole lot about it. We're going to skip forward a little bit and go to the 5th of April. This is the date of the assault against Rose Sterling. Can you inform me what you had done prior to receiving the information in regards to the assault?
Well, I remember receiving a telegram from Miss Rose Sterling saying that she. Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. I was just going to ask you what it said.
It said, pardon my memory, but it said that she was going to talk to someone between Strawberry and Blackwater, and if she was not back within the hour, she may be in trouble, and to go looking for her. She did not return, so went off looking and went back to Blackwater. Eventually, saw Mr. Blackwood coming back into town all sneakily, climbing through bushes and hopping fences and such to get to the stable.
And but before you continue, I want to establish for the jury the actions following this. You received a plea deal for this testimony, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, if you can continue from that point now.
Well, at this point, after learning that beforehand that Mr. Blackwood was the last person seen with Miss Rose, I had pulled my shotgun on him, questioned him where she was because she was not there, and we hog-tied him and took him we kidnapped him to go looking for her, questioned him where she was, and he showed little to no concern at the sight of a blood trail, and just about the same amount of concern when he saw her on the ground. I was the one who found her.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to those answers as Mr. Anders is speculating about the mental state of another person.
It's sustained. It's speculation.
All right. When you, all right. And who is we? You mentioned that you were with another individual.
It was Mr. Johnson back there.
All right. And how did you come into contact with Mr. Johnson?
I've known Mr. Johnson for a little while, and I saw him in Blackwater, and he looked frantic, and I asked him what was going on, and he said he had received a similar telegram, and we put our heads together, thought about it, and we devised a plan to go out looking together.
All right. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Defense, you may cross-examine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ooh.
Mr. Anders, first regarding the attack on you.
Yes, sir.
You've indicated you don't have a solid memory of those events because of your injuries, correct?
No, I do not remember too much.
And you've identified that you got a vague recollection that you were attacked by two men, correct?
Yes, sir.
One of them was wearing black, and am I correct in understanding from the police report that you told the police at the time that the gentleman wearing black was masked, so you couldn't possibly identify that person, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you testified earlier that the second gentleman was wearing a medical outfit or some sort of doctor's outfit and also a mask, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you can't testify to this jury that you positively know the identity of either of those two gentlemen based on personal observation, correct?
No.
And in reviewing the police report regarding that, my understanding is that you also informed the police that your recollection was that you were able to get a shot off when you were assaulted, and you believe you shot one of the two gentlemen, and I believe you thought it was the man in black, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And
That's rough.
just to bring things full
For
circle,
the prosecution, that's rough.
you indicated you were a friend of Ms. Mayweather's, who's the first alleged murder victim. You don't have any firsthand information based on your observations about her murder at all. You weren't present to witness anyone do that murder. You don't know anything about that murder based on your own observations, do you?
I know of her injuries, which I was told of after the fact.
You were told after the fact. I'm asking based on your personal observations. You were not
No,
a
sir.
witness to that assault or murder, correct?
No, sir, I was not.
You can't testify to this jury based on your personal observations who killed her, correct?
No, sir.
All right, now let's talk about the 5th of April. You said you got some information that Father Blackwood was the last person seen with Miss Sterling. Where'd you get that information
Yes.
from?
Well, I was in town when I saw them talking, and then they left soon afterwards because they weren't there where I had last seen them. And it was Mr. Johnson who had told me that it was Blackwood who left first.
Mr.
And,
Johnson
Rose
told you that, correct? Mr. Johnson
Yes,
told you
sir.
that.
And Miss Rose followed suit.
All righty. Now, you didn't witness any assault personally with your own eyes on Miss Rose Sterling, did you?
No, I did not.
Now, you indicated that you got nervous after receiving all this information and worried, and you and Mr. Johnson decided that you was gonna get your guns out and go looking for somebody, right?
Yes, sir, that is true.
And you know vigilantism is a crime in this territory, don't you, Mr.
Yes,
Anders?
I do.
And you and Mr. Johnson decided at that time that you were pretty much above the law and you was going to take matters in your own hands, correct?
Yes, sir.
That it was somehow your right or responsibility or duty to undertake to be some sort of avenging angel on behalf of Rose Sterling, or in defense of justice or some such, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Levi indicated that you've been offered a deal. What he means is you've been offered immunity, right? You haven't been charged with any crimes. You've admitted that you undertook vigilantism. You hogtied Father Blackwood, which is kidnapping. You took him against his will. That's a pretty serious set of crimes, and you've been granted immunity for those crimes in exchange for your testimony against Father Blackwood here. Isn't that correct?
Complete immunity. I did have to pay fines for it.
Oh, I see. My apologies. I wasn't aware of that from the police report. You were granted a deal by the prosecution in exchange for testimony here, correct?
Yes, sir. It is true.
Yeah, Your Honor, I have nothing further for Mr. Anders.
All right. So I'm consulting. We do have, for everyone's knowledge, we do have the Constitution kind of lays out the expectations for trials here, which may be different in state to state or country to country. So we are going to go ahead and end with that and move on to the next witness. You may stand down, Anders, and retake your seat.
Thank you.
Prosecution, do you have another witness?
Yes, Sheriff Festus McKinney.
Oh.
All right.
Interesting.
Sheriff, you could raise both your hands up. Do you
Sheriff?
swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I didn't know you were going to be a witness.
You can take a seat.
Interesting.
And I just want to remind counsel that per the Constitution, we are limited to just about 2 to 3 minutes per witness. I'm going to be somewhat lenient if you're in the middle of something, but if we hit that 3-minute mark and at the end of a question, we're going to have to end it there.
Okay.
That's going to hurt us.
Sheriff McKinney, we'll start off at the top and work our way through all of the cases that you handled in relation to this trial. Starting off with the murder of Elizabeth Mayweather. You were called to the, I believe it was Beecher's Hope, correct? In the Great Plains?
Yes, that is correct.
Festus is really a
And
witness.
when you arrived at Beecher's Hope, what did you find there?
So we got the report that something had happened out there. Excuse me. We passed through the gates to the property, and we ran into Dr. James Fletcher, and at the time, intern Florence Love, who stated that they were called to the scene as well. We entered the main house to find a Dr. von Stroganoff attending to the body of Elizabeth Mayweather in the main living area, who was found dead upon our arrival.
And what other than her body was found at the scene of the crime?
So at the scene, we did find her tied to the chair. And alongside that, on the same chair, there was a note that was placed there that read, it was Romans 12:19, which read, "Dearly beloved, avenge not yourselves, but rather give place unto wrath. For it is written, vengeance is mine, I will repay, saith the Lord."
All right. And as you were securing the scene, did you notice any individuals around the area at the time?
Yes. So shortly after we wrapped up getting sketches of the scene and talking to the medical excuse me, officials that were present, we heard gunshots just south of the ranch, and myself and Miss Josie Sweet went to investigate. Uh, Once we got out there, we saw an individual that was on a horse, and they were wearing, if I remember correctly, a sort of like a bowler hat, and they had a full face mask with the goggles on. We approached them and asked them, about the mask. They removed it, and it was Father Ezekiel Blackwood.
Lovely. And continuing on to the next point, which the defense is attempting to establish is, are you aware of a Mr. Nathaniel Cunningham and the crimes that he was charged with?
I am aware of Mr. Cunningham, although I was not directly involved with any of his arrests.
After looking over the crime scenes of the the scenes that you were involved with when it comes to the charges of Mr. Blackwood, and looking over the files of the files in relation to Mr. Cunningham, are there any similarities to that, or would you describe it as something that you would suspect to be the same person, the same MO or modus operandi in relation to those crimes versus the crimes Mr. Blackwood has been charged with?
No, the conclusion that we've come to is that the modus operandi is entirely different from what the defense is being accused of.
Lovely. That is all, as I believe that's getting close to my time, correct?
And how much more do you have?
I don't know. I thought I was just... Oh, how many more questions I have?
Yeah.
I have a couple of questions in relation to the Rose Sterling situation. But other
Okay,
than
you
that...
can proceed. We're moving along.
All right. In relation to the attempted murder of Rose Sterling on the 5th of April, if you can outline your interactions and what you witnessed during that time.
Certainly. So that night, I was approached by Mr. Caduceus Bain, otherwise known as Isaac Johnson at the time. He had met me outside the medical office here in Blackwater and told me that Rose was going off to speak with presumably Blackwood, because he was seen, excuse me,
presumably,
he was seen following after where Rose had headed out of town previously, which, if I recall correctly, was from somewhere in Strawberry. Myself and Madeline Wells went to search for Rose. We checked everywhere between Blackwater and Strawberry. We checked by Manzanita Post. We checked Beecher's Hope. We checked practically everywhere. I then proceeded to stop at Riggs Station to send a telegram to Mr. Bain to ask if he had any updates or any leads on where she might be. He then responded by telling me that there were bloody footprints found by the, excuse me, the Fort Riggs, which is just that little fortified area between here and Strawberry. When we got over there, we followed the footprints up through the trees, kind of going up, overlooking the cliff face that was facing out towards the plains. We found a strand of cut off hair on top of a gravesite, and then we heard hooves just on the main road just north of us. We then spotted a individual who we later identified as Mr. Caduceus Bain, as well as James Anders with Father Blackwood on the back of Bain's horse.
I think
we chased after them,
5, but I can only see
and we
4,
eventually
so.
got them to stop, and we were able to get Blackwood off of the horse, get him onto the ground. I'm not sure how much further you'd like me to go to detail.
No, you're fine. If we can just, so that we don't absolutely overstep our times here.
Sure.
When after you took custody of Mr. Blackwood, or Father Blackwood, I apologize. When did you find Mrs. Sterling's body, or Miss Sterling?
So it was not long after. I would say maybe about 10 minutes after we got the duo to stop. We had heard gunshots that were fired off into the air, and that was by Mr. Anders, alerting us that he had found her body nearby the aforementioned gravesite.
All right, and
That's gonna be time.
Yep, you're good. Alrighty.
Defense, like to proceed with cross.
Sheriff, in the interest of time, I'm going to paraphrase a few things and quote liberally and ask you some questions about the various police reports I've been provided. You have knowledge of all the police reports that were prepared either by you or other members of your department, correct?
Yes, sir.
You would agree with me and admit to this jury that there is no direct evidence tying Father Blackwood to any of the murder scenes other than the say-so of Mr. Bain, correct? And by direct evidence, I mean you didn't find no bloody boot print matching Father Blackwood's boots. You didn't find no murder weapon on him. You didn't find no bloody item of clothing, no handprint, nothing like that. You don't have any direct evidence tying Father Blackwood to the scenes of any of these crimes, do you?
No, sir.
And in terms of testimony, the only person who told you they had witnessed Father Blackwood doing anything is Caduceus Bain, correct?
That is incorrect.
All right, who else?
The same night that the incident with Miss Rose Sterling occurred, we did get a report from Mr. Henry Davis that Father Blackwood was seen leaving the area where Miss Sterling was found.
Oh, okay. I didn't mean to ask if somebody had given you some circumstantial evidence of where he was at a certain time. The only person who's testified that they observed Father Blackwood committing a crime is Caduceus Bain, isn't it?
That is correct.
Now, you were asked some questions about Mr. Cunningham, and your conclusion was that the crimes he confessed to or was charged with were dissimilar. Now, aside from your opinion, let me ask you a couple of questions. Mr. Cunningham actually admitted to numerous murders involving knife attacks, correct?
As I stated previously, I was not directly involved with those charges or his
You read the
arrest.
police reports. They were knife attacks, were they not, Sheriff?
Yes, they were.
And they involved religious statements left at the scene, did they not?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now let me ask you something else. You ever heard of a gentleman named Sam Rousseau, known as the Butcher?
Yes, I'm familiar with the name.
Mr. Rousseau is at large at this moment. You have no idea where he is because he was convicted of numerous knife attacks and escaped Sisika back in 1896, didn't he?
That would be correct.
All right. And back to Mr. Cunningham for a second. You identified Mr. Cunningham as a suspect in the first crime in the police report, did you not?
I'm sorry?
Mr. Cunningham is listed as a suspect on your police report for the investigation of the murder of Elizabeth Mayweather, is he not?
I would have to double check that.
If I told you that he was, would you have reason to disagree with me?
Just a note for the court: he's not listed as a suspect, but an associate of Father Blackwood. He's not listed as a suspect of the crime.
He's identified as someone who you were interested in looking at with respect to the murder of Elizabeth Mayweather. His name is on that police report, isn't it?
Listed as a potential associate, correct.
All right. And Mr. Cunningham was never apprehended or questioned about any of these murders, was he? That Father Blackwood was charged with?
No, sir. Ever since his initial arrest, we have not particularly seen him around.
Mr. Anders indicated he was attacked by someone dressed like a doctor, correct?
That's what I heard.
And in fact, according to the police report, when his clothing was searched, he had a piece of paper on him that purported to be a morphine prescription that was signed by a Saint Denis Valentine, a doctor well known around these parts, correct?
Yes, sir.
You did not bring in or question Dr. Valentine regarding that attack, did you?
No, sir.
All right.
Huh. I wonder
And
why.
once Mr. Bain came and told you his story of events, you basically terminated all other aspects of your investigation and assumed that Mr. Bain's testimony was correct and proceeded to grant complete immunity to Mr. Bain, partial immunity to Mr. Anders, and bring charges against Father Blackwood based on Mr. Bain's statements, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Objection, real quick. A note for the court: Mr. Bain was offered the same deal as Anders.
What's the objection?
It's not an objection. It's a note. Mr. Bain did not receive full immunity. He received the same fines and punishment that Anders did in relation to the crimes they both committed.
No, I don't.
Okay, you can.
Was Mr. Bain
think they did.
charged with capital murder?
Why don't you approach?
Yeah.
Oh.
Interesting. Matter of fact, I don't think they ever even questioned Bane, even though it's not a multiple law. Yeah, I don't believe they did. I've been, yeah. Yes. Yeah. Way more. He did. Yeah, 100%. It's crazy. It's wild. Ooh, wish I could hear them. Wish I could hear what they're saying. Yeah. Yeah, the fog's real bad in the courtroom right now. Like, there's 5 jurors, I think. I only see 4 of them. Yeah, there's just a lot of people.
Okay, I only have a couple more questions, Your Honor, when ready.
Okay. Just to clarify that, jury, Anders and Bain did neither received full immunity. They received a lesser sentence. They did no time, but they received a fine, which have been paid. All right, you can continue.
Sheriff, were you aware that Father Blackwood has 2 adopted children who help him around the
We
church?
cannot hear him.
Oh, please speak up again. Sorry.
Sorry about that. Sheriff, are you aware that Father Blackwood has 2 adopted children that help him around the church frequently, doing chores and such?
I am aware that he has a couple of folks that help him around the church, but I was not aware that they were adopted, no.
Did you ever bother to inquire as to who they were or bring them in for questioning as to whether they might have witnessed something or they might have some testimony of relevance to you? You didn't talk to those 2, did you?
I did not have a chance to speak with them, no.
Interesting.
Brought murder charges. Didn't have the time to talk to a couple of folks who might have witnessed something. Fair enough.
Objection. There was no question.
I
with that.
withdraw the statement. I withdraw the statement.
Sustained.
Sheriff, there's some. I've been also provided a police report regarding an incident that occurred on April 12th. I believe it was in Strawberry, where a couple of locals were attacked and murdered. You're aware of that event?
April 12th.
April 12th, I believe, was the date. But it was a couple of murders of some locals in Strawberry, and there were some religious messages left near the bodies. You're aware of that event?
April 12th. Oh, Lord. Let me think.
Well, don't
here.
quote me on the date. It was a few days ago. Mr. Levi did provide me with a police report on it.
Yes, it was April 12th. It was located in Strawberry, yeah.
Oh, yes, that. So with that, I did.
No, I don't need a lengthy answer. I'm asking, are you aware of that event?
Yes, I am.
And my understanding is, per the police report, that that event involved the murder of a couple of locals with a religious message
I'm
left
sorry?
near the bodies. That event involved attacks on locals with a religious message left next to the bodies, correct?
Yes, sir. However, I was not directly involved in that case.
All right, but those things that I have just said are true to the best of your knowledge as the sheriff who oversees the department who conducted an investigation, correct?
As I've said, I was not directly involved. I did not lead the charge in that investigation.
Does the police report prepared by your office indicate that that the attack involved the murder of a couple of locals with religious messages left by the body? Your office's report says that, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
And at the time those murders occurred, Father Blackwood was in Sisika, wasn't he?
That is correct.
Awaiting this trial.
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Sheriff. You may go sit down. I'm gonna take well, actually, prosecution, how many more witnesses do you have?
3.
Good Lord. Okay, we're gonna have to
Holy cow.
make sure these go fairly quickly. So, and if I could just have a little bit of a heads up, defense, how many witnesses are you calling?
Your Honor, unless something changes, the only evidence we would present as a defense case would be the reading in the record of the deposition testimony of Father Blackwood's 2 adopted children.
Okay. In that case,
I never adopted them. They work at the church.
we seeing as it's almost on the hour, I'm gonna give everybody about 5 minutes recess. We'll start back at the hour at 9 Eastern. If you need to go to the bathroom, get a drink, eat some food, please feel free. We'll start back up at 9 Eastern. We're in recess.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I was late. Did you get your food?
Please do not discuss the case. Jury, please do not discuss the case at all.
Okay.
You just broke the chair.
I didn't ask her to stay in here during the recess.
I will.
I'll be staying right
Sorry,
here.
did you get your food?
Okay.
Does anybody have any water by chance?
There should be apple juice. I think
have-
Ms. Galanis
I have-
has, and there should be
yes.
food with. Yep.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
There you go. Let me know if that's enough.
Oh, that should be fine. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Can I grab some happy juice as well?
You want happy juice?
Please.
How many?
Just a flavorful is fine, if that.
How's that?
Thank you, that's perfect.
I also have coffee.
Oh no, I'm good on coffee. Thank you.
It'll be a magical moment for both of us.
Madeline.
Madeline. Oh, thank goodness. That makes one of
May
us.
I have a snack?
Now, somebody slipped a bunch of apple juice in my pocket. I guess it was Miss Abigail.
Thank you.
Mm. Well, things seem to be going all right. For now. I'm going to, no. Captain? I cannot hear you.
Oh,
There you are.
hello.
Oh, wait. I heard that.
Hello, that is me. Mr. Hood, did you need any food?
Let's see. I might. Hold on a second.
It's a spy.
Oh,
I'm
no.
going
I asked Miss Abigail to get me some, and she must have slipped it
Okay.
in my pocket without me knowing. I have food.
All right.
I'm
And Father
going to pray
Blackwood?
for a bit. No, I don't need any food. I'll just raise my hands when I am finished. Feel free to continue without me. But I should be done shortly. Hopefully.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Did any of you need any food?
No, I'm good, thank you.
No, thank you.
All right.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness.
I'll keep you awake. Well, okay, let's not do that then.
I was about to say, Council, you guys are doing a great job. Thank you so much for working with us and with the time limits. It isn't specifically stated, but once we get through this, I'd love to have us all sit down and discuss how we feel about how things went and everything. So thank you all for bearing with that flexibility.
Certainly, Your Honor.
I definitely want both of your opinions on the procedures and all.
Your Honor, did you need any food?
I am golden, thank you.
Okay.
Damn, brother, I heard
Okay,
that from here.
I don't want to sit on anybody.
Sorry, I need to.
Your Honor, did you need some coffee?
I have the coffee, thank you, dear.
All right.
Miss Abigail, thank you for the food. I found it in my pocket. You must have found me and slipped it in there.
Yeah, I just snuck it in by your chair.
Can I still sit here?
Thank you very much.
Of course. I just didn't want to interrupt no trial to tell you.
I appreciate it. I found it in there.
Man, someone's got one of the gnarliest bean farts I've heard in a while.
Jesus.
Oh, Rose. I mean, I'm hopefully comfy.
All right. Looks like we pretty much have everyone back.
Let's do it. I'm back.
Are we missing one
Okay,
juror?
We're missing one juror, I think, Judge.
I think so.
Oh.
I don't think so.
No,
No.
we're all here.
Oh,
It was.
are you?
No, that's fine.
Yeah, it's
Oh, it
only
was-
been 5.
Oh, yep, you're right. It is. Okay. At least for
Oh, there's only 5?
Yes.
Why did I think there was 6? Oh, okay.
I hate to ask this.
One did not make it. There was 6, but one did not make it. We can proceed with 5.
Certainly.
Hood,
I didn't notice that before.
From my perspective,
I think it's
you're
going
doing
well.
pirouettes endlessly. Is there a way you could maybe try sitting and standing or something?
Oh, I seem to be stuck on a chair.
That might be
Let's
it.
see.
Remy, it's. I think it's going well. Hood is.
That solve it?
Yes.
If the judge
right.
lets him.
No problem. Okay, well, we're going to have. Yeah. Right. Well, we're back in session then, everybody.
If
Thanks
Hood
for
lets,
coming back and being
if,
prompt.
If Zorn lets Hood, he's going to continue
Prosecution, you can
to
call your
poke
next
holes.
witness.
All right.
It's
Give me
honestly, it's
one
hard to
second
say.
here.
It's hard to say. I don't know. Because even though
I'd like to
the
call
jury members,
Mr. Henry Davis to the stand.
even though the
All
jury
right,
members,
Mr. Davis, are you here?
you know, are Froggy.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you're in Sam's.
Hi, could you please stand?
Even though the jury members have said they're unbiased,
All right, you can
and
approach.
they say that, you know, they're here to
And raise both your hands.
do things in a fair,
Do you swear to
unbiased
tell
way.
the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can take a seat right over here.
It's hard to say because like the
you can
rumor
proceed.
of all of this,
Mr. Davis, on the afternoon
the rumor of all
of
this,
the
I'm pretty sure everybody heard.
5th of
And
April,
one of the jurors
you were
used to work at the sheriff's office. So
can you
like,
tell me
to
what
me,
you were
that's
doing
really
before
biased.
the events that led up to you finding Miss Sterling's body?
Well, I had just woken up in the doctor's office in Strawberry. I checked my telegrams. And then I decided I wanted to ride down to Blackwater. I got my horse and started riding down. And just as I left the stables, just down the road a little bit, I saw Father Blackwood standing, I suppose, waiting for somebody. And I asked him if he needed a ride. He said no. And well, like most people here, I heard the rumors about his machinations. And
Objection,
decided
Your
to-
Honor. Objection, Your Honor.
Yes, what's the objection?
He's about to discuss rumors he heard about Father Blackwood.
I'm not going to discuss rumors.
He was just establishing his motive as to what he did next. We're not going to discuss anything in relation to any possible rumors that he heard.
Okay. Let's keep it that way.
Yes. What did you do following seeing Blackwood?
Understanding the rumors I heard, I decided to look around the place, you know, the surrounding area, and I found blood splatters on a nearby hill. And following the trail is what led me to the lawman. And
so,
Rose.
here's the thing. That
and
never happened.
If you are able
he's
to
lying.
answer, what were the wounds
I never talked to
inflicted
anybody
upon Rose
when I was leaving the scene.
She had
I
a
ran
myriad
away.
of gunshot wounds to her torso and legs.
I saw Davis
a wound to her head
running
caused
by,
by blunt
or
force
riding
trauma.
by. He
It was
never,
enough to split her head open.
never asked
Not
me
her
if I
head,
needed
her
a ride.
Skin.
Because I was running up the side of a mountain by the time he
and
got to me.
It did cause memory loss. The gunshots seemed to be from buckshot, shotgun. That's from what I can remember.
He may have
All right.
called out.
Nothing further, Your Honor. That's all I have.
He may have called out to Blackwood.
All right, defense.
But I never responded to him. I didn't say anything to anybody while running away.
Mr. Davis, you didn't tell the police or testify that you saw Father Blackwood covered in blood when you saw him, correct?
No, I did not. My mind
You didn't
was
see
on
him
other things.
standing there with a smoking shotgun or a bloody axe in his hand, did you?
I did not.
And you didn't personally observe Father Blackwood do anything to Miss Rose Sterling, did you?
I did not.
No further questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Davis. You may take your seat.
I love him. Love it. I wish you would have asked what time of day it was, or if I'd actually responded to his questions.
Prosecution, you have another witness?
Yes, I have my
because
last
it
witness,
was-
which will be Mr. Caduceus Bane.
It was dark, number
though I
one.
believe he just stepped out of the courtroom, if I'm not mistaken.
Bailiff, could you retrieve Mr. Bain?
Yes, sir.
So it was dark.
All right, who's smoking?
Take a quick nap.
Got really foggy in here.
Sorry.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Okay.
It's unfortunate. I think server fog's causing a lot of issues right now. So
Judge Whitby, could I speak to you for a moment?
Permission to approach.
Yes.
Judge.
what is? It's a little strange.
Bailiff, could I speak to you?
Hmm. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh.
All right, it's come to my attention we may have a little bit of a overcrowding issue, you could say. Some people are having some trouble hearing. So if you are not directly involved with this, neither a witness nor juror, nor supplying food, nor security, if you could please step out and see if we can get that resolved. I apologize for the inconvenience.
I feel you wouldn't want to get out.
All right, bailiff. If you guys can retrieve Mr. Bain and see if he's no longer having any problems. Thank you for your patience, everyone.
Who let a duck in?
Oh.
Here's Mr. Bain.
Candy. Hear me if you say anything.
There he goes.
Okay, I see.
I think he's still having issues hearing everyone.
Mr. Bain, can you hear me?
I can hear you, I just can't see.
Okay. Okay. Your Honor, he is incapable of seeing Father Blackwood, but is that all right at this point?
Yes, if he can hear counsel and me, that is acceptable.
Levi and Hood, could you speak up and see if he can hear you?
Can you hear me?
Mis-
Yes, sir.
Mr.
And now
Bain,
who?
can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. We can proceed with that then. Mr. Bain, could you approach the bench?
Yeah, the issue with the
You raise both hands.
issue with the fog.
Do you swear to tell the
is,
truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
That all of the people who are now crowding
can
around the
take a seat over here.
entrance out in the courtyard around the court, they're all still contributing to the problem. So anybody who's not involved just left the courthouse and went straight out into the
All right.
courtyard around the
Mr.
courthouse,
Ratsmonsky?
and it's still causing issues.
You may proceed.
But
To start
you know,
off,
it's
Mr.
whatever.
Bain, have you received a plea deal in order for you to give this testimony today?
I have.
Have you still been punished for those crimes that you committed in the act of this case?
I paid the fine as soon as I received it.
And have you been known to commit previous criminal activities or been convicted of any other crimes previously?
Yes, I have.
Are you still actively committing crimes past your involvement with Blackwood?
Not actively, no.
And what was your first interaction with Father Blackwood?
I met Father Blackwood at the church during his first sermon.
And was there any interaction at that point?
At that point, I didn't interact with him too much. A couple of days later, I approached him in regards to a confessional.
And after that confessional and that secondary interaction, was there any follow-up conversations that were had that were in relation to said confessional?
After the confessional, he gave me the usual priestly advice, upon which days or two later, I decided to approach him and show my appreciation.
And what was his response to this appreciation?
After I'd shown my appreciation to him, he told me that he had a disdain for those who sinned, and during the confession I discussed my wanting to atone for my past sins and make right my wrongs, and he offered me a means of doing so.
And what was that means of doing so?
Assisting him against his crusade on sinners.
And were those the exact words that were utilized?
Paraphrasing, but basically yes. Paraphrasing, but
And what was the
yes.
first situation that you assisted him with?
Well, after we discussed it for a little while, I agreed to help him, assuming that it would make me right in the eyes of the Lord and all that. And then, same day, a couple hours later, get a telegram from him telling me to meet him at that homestead just outside of Blackwater.
And when you arrived at that homestead, which I believe is named Hennigan's Stead by the local populace, who did you meet there?
Met Father Blackwood and Miss Mayweather.
And
who were both standing on the porch outside.
following your arrival, what took place at the homestead?
Father Blackwood played off my showing up as a happenstance, upon which he invited Miss Mayweather indoors, and I followed behind from a distance, where he drew a gun on her and had me tie it to the chair in the living room.
And once you had tied her to the chair, what happened after that point?
I stood back in the hallway, out of the way, and allowed Father Blackwood to have a discussion with Mayweather, and a torture session begun, in which he stuck a knife in her leg and then a few other things of similar likeness.
And at what point did the conversation and subsequent torture conclude?
After having a say about revenge and comeuppances and the like, he concluded with the murdering of her with use of the same knife that he used to torture her.
And after that point, did you two split ways?
Yes, indeed. After he laid down some notes of some Bible verses, him and I stepped outside, upon which we rode off in the same direction for a moment and then split ways.
And were there any other follow-up interactions that you had with Blackwood, either him requesting more of your assistance or just conversations?
This right
Outside of
here.
the moment
This
we
is where
both
things
left
get
the
juicy.
homestead, I inquired of him about the means of which he's
Real
going
time
about his
D&D.
crusade.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. It's Wild West D&D. 100%. I love it.
Mayweather would be one of 7, equating to the 7 deadly sins, and that he would contact me for future endeavors.
And did he contact you in relation to a future endeavor?
Indeed he did. He asked me to keep an eye on Miss Nyla Matrey and James Anders, as they were close to Mayweather and were digging into her death.
And following your observations of them, did he request you to do anything else?
He decided that he wanted to make an example out of one of them, and he chose James Anders, upon which he requested that I find an opportunity to get him separated from others and take him to the same homestead.
And at what opportunity did you find to be able to do that?
After the following sermon, after Mayweather's death, James Anders was at the gravesite of said Mayweather, and I had a brief conversation with Anders. In the meantime, the Reeds twins distracted Zanaya, allowing me to request Anders to follow me, when I took him to the homestead, at which point he grew suspicious of my intent. At that point, I held him at gunpoint and escorted him to the front door.
And following escorting him to the front door, what took place?
During the escort, there was a brief moment where I did not have a direct line of sight with him, and he took that opportunity on the porch to draw his gun and fire upon me, and I fired back. He would have almost killed me in that moment, or at the very least left me unconscious on the floor, if Blackwood hadn't come out the front door and grabbed him from behind.
And once Blackwood had subdued Anders, what happened?
He took him inside and stayed out on the porch because, to be rightfully honest, I didn't want to be too involved in this.
And did you witness anything after the fact when it came to, them leaving the premises, or did you witness any of the wounds that had been dealt to Anders?
Well, I know that Anders was carried into the house with a handful of bullet wounds and came out with extra knife wounds and the like, upon which Father Blackwood, in masked regalia and dressing as a medic, asked me to go and dispose of Anders somewhere out the way.
And to your knowledge, was there any other individual inside of the homestead at the time of Anders and Blackwood entering?
I highly doubt it, because there was only my horse, Anders' horse, and Blackwood's horse on the premises.
Okay. And to finish everything off, when it comes to the situation with Rose Sterling, just to allow for the time limit to not be breached too heavily, do you concur with everything Anders' testimony provided? You guys being in Blackwater, checking telegrams, running across Blackwood, bringing him up to the scene of the crime, and so on and so forth.
Yes, I will like to add, though, that I did this with the blessing of Mr. Festus McKinney, as I informed him immediately of my suspicions of Blackwood and Rose, and he did not tell me to not assist, so I assisted in my own way.
And these murders and attempted murders that take place, are you at all remorseful for your involvement in these situations?
Yes, I am. It was not what I signed up for.
Is the
All right,
exact
nothing further, Your Honor.
lack of a blessing.
Thank you. Depends.
Oh, here we go.
Mr. Bain, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Levi outlined a plea deal that you were offered by the prosecution in exchange for your testimony, and you've indicated that you paid a $150 fine, correct?
That's right, I paid it as soon as I was given it.
Paying a fine is a far cry from being hanged, correct?
Well, at that point, I had done nothing requiring me to be hanged, so I would say so.
You've just confessed to being an accessory to murder and an attempted murder, correct? You went along with Father Blackwood and tied Miss, by your own testimony, what you've claimed is that you tied Miss Mayweather up and she was killed, and you were well aware of the so-called plan of Father Blackwood to go about murdering 7 other people, and until you suddenly found religion or had some sort of change of heart, you were more than happy to go along with that regarding Mr. Anders, correct? So you were well aware when you approached the police that you were on the hook for murder and attempted murder, correct?
That's correct.
And that your testimony here delivering Father Blackwood's neck into the noose very literally gets your neck out of the noose, correct?
Oh!
Depends on the decision of the jury and the courts.
Right, but you understand you may have been facing capital murder or attempted murder charges yourself, but for your story regarding Father Blackwood and offering him up to the police as the quote unquote true culprit, correct? You understand that. You're an intelligent man.
Mm-hmm. I understand very clearly.
All right.
I love
now, you also indicated that Mr. Anders shot you
It's
during
so
the
good.
altercation, correct?
Yes, he did.
And according to the police report, when the police investigated that and Mr. Anders claimed to have shot one of the assailants, the police did question you about that, and you told the police you had been shot by a bounty. Isn't that true?
That is correct.
So you had no problem lying directly to the police in the course of their investigation, correct? You looked in their faces and told them a lie to protect yourself. That is true, is it not?
That is correct.
Now, Mr. Bain, I want you to cast your mind back to about a week ago. You and I were on the street, right outside the Blackwater Saloon. You recall that?
I do.
Mr. Hood is tearing him
And you
apart.
recall that I approached you and I indicated that I was going to have to bring out some questioning and testimony of the nature that I just have in this trial, correct? I told you that face to face, didn't I?
You're going to get to the point.
Your Honor, would the witness be instructed to answer my question?
Yes, please answer the question.
I understand that happened, yes.
And can you relate to the jury what your response to me was?
Ooh.
Was that I would hold you personally accountable for the next person that dies at Blackwood's hands if he gets out of here.
Huh.
So you feel that you have some sort of right and authority to hold people responsible for things and to enforce justice, do you not, Mr. Bain? You took it upon yourself. You took it upon yourself to apprehend Father Blackwood and hogtie him and kidnap him. You ain't a lawman, are you?
Well, to the best of my knowledge, in that moment, he was the prime suspect in my eyes, and I wanted to secure him before he goes running off doing his own little thing.
Yeah, you've heard of a little crime called vigilantism, correct, Mr. Bain? You understood what you're doing was vigilantism, right?
Yes, I spent a good portion of my life doing vigilantism. I'm very much aware of it.
All right, and as you've testified, you have numerous criminal activities in your history, including vigilantism, correct?
That is correct.
And including being an
man.
accessory to
Yeah.
murder and attempted murder, correct?
Hood might be. Oh.
By your own
He might
testimony
be
this
a dead
afternoon.
man.
And that you have lied directly to the police in the course of an investigation. You've testified here today to that as well, correct?
That is correct.
Tearing him apart.
No further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
Oh, I love it.
All right. Mr.
love
Bain,
it.
you can take your seat.
Oh my God. Holy hell.
Prosecution, do you have any more witnesses?
No.
No. No, Your Honor, maybe?
Then,
Jeez.
Mr. Hood. Oops, sorry. Mr. Hood, I believe you have some testimony to read in.
Well, Your Honor, I was intending to introduce the testimony of two alibi witnesses. However, rather at this time, I intend to make a motion to strike the charges related to the alleged murders of Vela Alden and Franklin Rosa, as the prosecution has produced no testimony or evidence related to those alleged crimes. The witnesses have testified only as to the alleged attack of Elizabeth Mayweather, the attack of Mr. Anders, and the attack of Miss Sterling. So I would request that the court summarily dismiss the two counts of murder related to Miss Alden and Mr. Franklin Rosa for complete lack of evidence.
I would, yeah, I would sustain this motion. I also do not see any evidence provided for it, so we can strike this too.
All right. With that being the case, I have no need to introduce the testimony, the deposition testimony of the Reed twins, as their testimony spoke only to those two alleged crimes.
Oh my
the
God.
defense
Oh my
would
God.
rest on the cross-examination, and we have no
There's two of them
affirmative
down.
witnesses to introduce.
Now we got just
All right.
1 count of murder.
Prosecution, do you rest?
2 counts of attempted murder. Oh, that's great.
Yes.
That was great.
All right.
Good.
Then we will
Fucking
go
mad
ahead
lad.
and move on to closing arguments.
Closing argument. Oh, geez. Okay. All right. Ooh. Woo. Here we go.
1 moment, please. I'm consulting our constitution to verify.
Oh boy. Oh man. Down from 3 counts of murder to 1.
I'm showing that prosecution goes first and defense second. Is that amenable, or would we like to go about it the other way?
Whatever the Constitution directs, Your Honor, I don't mind either way.
All right, then we'll go as the Constitution directs. Prosecution's closing statement first. Please try to limit it to about 2 minutes.
Oh my God.
And we are looking for a summary as to why the charges fit the crime and what those crimes are.
Jury has to look at that. The fact that 2 of the charges were dismissed.
As you've
in the
witnessed
middle of the
throughout this
trial.
entire court case, the defense has attempted to undeniably discredit the key eyewitness to multiple of these crimes, just beyond the fact that he has a criminal past. A lot of people in this Commonwealth have a criminal past. The point of this Commonwealth is to provide a new space for people to live a new life. And that is something that Mr. Bain has been working tirelessly towards. He was swept up in attempting to right wrongs from his past by an individual who has proven themselves to be manipulative and deceitful in their actions. Mr. Bain has shown through very supported eyewitness testimony from other individuals that Father Blackwater has committed the murder of Elizabeth Mayweather and the attempted murder of James Anders. When it comes to the attempted murder of Rose Sterling, there's so much circumstantial evidence that it can only be described as an act of God if he didn't commit it, due to the fact that he was present at the scene of the crime, was always around at the time, was talking with that individual before their attempted murder. And
that happens all the time.
That is all.
Oh, it's
all
great.
Right. Defense?
It's great.
May it please the court, Mr. Levi, members of the jury. Thank you for your kind attention through the course of this proceeding. The question that we all must face now is, what have we just seen? Mr. Levi said it. You've heard the term numerous times during the trial.
I mean,
circumstantial
I'm
evidence.
literally shaking.
You heard
right now.
numerous of witnesses testify.
I'm excited. Like,
rumor.
Really, I'm shaking.
Because
with
of the rumors I had
excitement.
heard, I did this or that.
I want to know the outcome.
Standard you must apply in this case, where the state is recommending that a man be sent to the gallows to pay the ultimate price, is whether the state has proven that Father Blackwood committed these crimes beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, you just witnessed that 2 out of the 3 murders, there was no evidence at all. And those were dismissed. You don't even have to think about them no more. So what we got is 1 murder charge now and 2 attempted murder charges. And who is the key witness, which the state wants you to believe?
Hello?
Sit on top of this mountain of rumor and innuendo, and I saw him with her, but nobody saw him attack her. Nobody found no bloody weapon. Nobody found no boot print, no direct evidence. The witness they want you to believe is Mr. Caduceus Bain. What do we know about Mr. Caduceus Bain? He's admitted in this court that he's an attempted murderer, he's a murderer, and he's a liar. He looked in the face of the police and lied straight up to them. Now, the question is, was he lying here today? Well, does he have any motive to lie today? Well, let's see. Had he not offered up Father Blackwood on a silver platter to the police, what would happen to Mr. Bain? Well, he would have likely been charged with these murders, and his neck would have been in the noose. Keeping yourself alive is the ultimate motive to lie.
Hood is so good.
Now, the other thing we heard is
Hood is so good.
once Mr. Bain talked to police and sang his song about Father Blackwood, they stopped even thinking about any other possible suspects. You heard of Mr. Cunningham confessed to 3 or 4 murders very similar to this, despite Sheriff Festus's opinions. They involved knife attacks and religious statements left at the scene.
Who?
You heard that there was somebody dressed as a doctor with a prescription from Dr. Valentine, and nobody even thought fit to question Dr. Valentine. You heard about a fellow who committed multiple murders with a knife and escaped Sisika 4 years ago and is completely at large, and the police ignored all of those potential suspects as soon as
Right?
Mr. Bain started talking about Father
Cunningham came out
Blackwood,
of
because
nowhere.
everybody knows the rumors about Father Blackwood, don't we? Let's just forget about the standard of proof and send him to the gallows and be done with it. Well, that's not what the law says we can do. And you 5 jurors have sworn an oath to apply the law. Not to react to rumors. Not to send a man to his death because he might have done it, or even because he probably done it. The only way you can send a man to the gallows is if you can look yourself and each other in the eye and say there is no reasonable possibility that anybody else committed these crimes. We all know that that hasn't been established here today. I might not like it, and you might not like it. The judge might not like it, and Levi might not like it. And Cad Bain certainly won't like it. But the only just verdict here is not guilty, and you all know it.
God. Damn. Woof. Woof. Oh my God.
All right.
Holy.
Members of the
hell.
jury, you've all heard the testimony concerning this case. It's now up to you to determine the facts. You and you alone are the judges of the facts. And I trust you to apply the laws as you know them and apply your heart as you know it. And in just a moment, the bailiff is going to take you
really
to
are.
the jury room to consider your verdict.
They're doing everything they can.
The first thing I need you to do is to select a foreperson that will preside over your deliberations in a way that a chairperson might do in a meeting. It's their duty to sign the verdict form when you have agreed on your
It really
verdict.
does, Cass.
And then when you have, it's as a reminder, the verdict must be unanimous amongst you. That is that each and every person must agree on the same verdict.
Every lawyer.
And when you return, the foreperson will read that verdict out. Bailiff, will you please escort the jury to the deliberation room?
It's going to make it hard for Levi, yes. Also, it's going to make it, what's going to make it difficult for me is the incredulous amount of bias that all of the jurors are probably going to have. One of the jurors used to be a
Please
woman.
try to reach unanimity within 5 minutes per the Constitution. If possible, I can extend that to 10.
Is that right? Is that how you spell it? Terrible at spelling. That seems right. Sure. Justice. Hey, prove it. Reasonable doubt. It's there. Prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. That's all I'm saying. We got two of the murder charges were dismissed mid-trial because prosecution didn't provide any evidence. None at all. No witness testimony, no nothing. If only they had a murder weapon. What's really funny is that they have they have a murder weapon, and if not the murder weapon. They have an attempted murder weapon. They have it. The problem is it's a shotgun, and shotguns are notoriously difficult to prove that is an actual like murder weapon, especially in the 1890s, because the cartridges were made out of like paper. Shotgun shells were made out of like hardened paper back then. Goat, hello. I would not want to be questioned by Hood either. I'm really, really glad. I'm really, really, really glad that Blackwood was not asked to take the stand. Like, I would have lied to my teeth, but you know, I would have taken the stand. It is a win-win. You're right. Ooh. You hate it here? Why do you hate it here? Oh man, don't hate it here. Oh, hang on. I must update goals. We've smashed through our 60 follower goal. Thanks everybody. I appreciate it. Next is 70. I don't know. I just do this for fun. I don't care about that shit. I hate work during peak hours. Yeah, me too. Skin holes. I love skin holes. If you're missing context, don't worry about it. I'm trying to read two chats here. Yeah. Yeah, the server's real foggy right now because all of the people that were told to leave the courtroom because it's too foggy basically went out into the courtyard outside of the court, and outside of the courtroom, and just kind of stood there instead. And it's what? Oh, it's actually foggy. Never mind. That does not make any sense to me. It's not what it looks like. Lim, that is not what? It's not even close to that. No one's there anymore? Okay. Well, oh, wow. And it's just, man, it's crazy. Immediately after, there were a bunch of people outside. I saw Pixel's stream. There were a bunch of people standing out there, which I found funny. Make sure to fix your voice when you speak. Yeah, I've made that mistake a few times today. You know, it happens. Happens to the best of us. So, yeah, it's really not. There's probably like 5 to 6 people more than there needs to be in this area. It's only orange. It's probably okay. Ezekiel Hannelwood. Hank the whole time. Yeah, hey, you know, maybe. We don't know. I'm hearing people. Ebenezer Blackwell. I thought about making a character named Ebenezer Blackwell, just as a joke. And have like have him be really super young and blonde hair, really skinny, like way skinnier than Blackwood. Hank is Blackwood confirmed. Yeah, it's true. We all know it. Y'all don't know Hank's past. All I'm saying is he carried that knife that Sam used to kill people for a long time. There's a 3-year span. Nobody knows shit. Oh, I hear jurors.
And here we go. Oh,
Judge Thorne,
Yes.
may I approach?
Sure. Yes.
Uh-oh. Hung jury, maybe? Whew, here we go.
Have you reached a verdict?
Yes.
What say you?
Not guilty.
All right. Then in the case of West Elizabeth Sheriff's Office versus Ezekiel Blackwood, the jury finds Ezekiel Blackwood not guilty with a charge of 1 count attempted murder of James Anders, not guilty, 1 count attempted murder of Rose Sterling, and not guilty of 1 murder of I believe it's Elizabeth Mayweather. Thank you, jury, for your service today, and all of our witnesses and counsel and everyone. Court is adjourned.
Mr. Hood, I cannot thank you more.
Well, Father, I was just doing my job.
Well, regardless, I thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Well, I'll tell you this.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, I spoke with Janice Whitby about it, and we're going to put something together for you.
I determined that
Absolutely, yeah. It was a good time for us to
you go
run
out
through
and
this because
commit
we have a
any
few other.
murders
We're going to take a look
henceforth,
at the whole Constitution.
I
and
might
see what
join
we
up
might
with
end
Mr.
tweaking
Bain.
before we give you something final.
I would not think of it.
But they didn't prove it on you.
Yeah, we'll get you something soon.
And
before the next trial, at the very least.
I believe in that system, so Godspeed.
You've just proven it works. Thank you, sir.
I'm not, honestly. I've
Josie,
been
you're like dancing
pretty
half
scarce in the
pirouette
last
over and over and over again.
couple weeks with this trial going on,
It's all
but
right.
I'll be around more.
Guess I
now
gotta
that this is
figure
over.
out if
I would say
Mr. Bain's
walk
gonna
with
shoot me
discuss
now.
edge. It might help.
Thank
There
you
we
for
go.
standing in as bailiff.
I mean,
about the same
I
thing
get it.
myself.
You want
Hey,
to
you got to
go
see
with
it done,
Janice,
though,
but
so
she is seated.
it'll all
Well,
make sense
you
next
need to
time.
ask for
you're free to return to the church and
I'm gonna
resume
go,
your duties, Father.
Speak to those
I have
folks, but
to
thank you again.
touch base with the judge here about some administrative issues.
Again, I appreciate it.
Don't mention it.
The
That's
threat.
my duty.
Thank you.
I feel pretty safe inside, but I'll let you know if you want to stick
Captain.
around the area.
Yes, sir.
I was wondering if we could go
Sounds
to
good.
the
Thank you.
sheriff's office to have my belongings returned
Wow,
to
Mr.
me.
Hood, congratulations.
I don't see why not.
Wonderful,
Pardon me?
thank you.
You're worried about what might happen?
Festus.
Where is Festus?
He's right there.
Oh.
Oh,
my
which one?
God.
Me?
From the shadows he appears.
Oh, that's a normal.
I'm going to be going back to the office to get Father Blackwood his personal effects that he is due back to him.
We do, Father, congratulations.
Thank you, Judge.
I
Appreciate this.
really didn't know how this was going to go, but I hope you take this as a opportunity to as a new lease on life.
I do. I'm just glad to see that the system works.
Of course, the systems work. I'm here.
Well, I appreciate it. You kept things fair, and that says a lot to me.
We endeavor to. I hope you can continue to provide a service to the Commonwealth. I will let you know that in your time incarcerated, your business license lapsed, and your tax exempt, but your business license lapsed. So if you could get that taken care of as soon as possible.
Right.
I don't want you to.
How much is that to renew that?
I don't believe you have. I don't believe you have to because you're tax exempt.
Oh, well, okay. I guess I'll just come talk to you at some point then.
Yes, I have a note of it. We're not going to cancel it because I knew we were pending trial. But if we can get that done soon, I don't want you to lose your keys.
Of course, of course. Again, I do appreciate that.
Say, do you have one more apple juice I could have?
You're welcome. Good luck, sir. I believe they're going to the station to get you your things.
Yes, I'm afraid of the mob outside, but
thank you.
we'll see how things go.
Yeah, you probably should have some security.
Yes. Well, you have a blessed day.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm ready now.
All right. Thompson with me.
Yes.
That sounds like my sister got ambushed. She could check on that.
No.
Yeah, we
Excuse
got
me.
plenty of numbers.
Yeah, you two go.
Okay.
And I think I saw one of the doctors riding out, and she might be riding right into an ambush.
Ooh. Ooh. That doesn't sound good. Thank you. Yes, well played. Mr. Hood. Oh, my. I gotta figure out how to get back to Sisika. I got a shotgun out there.
Congratulations on your verdict, Father.
Thank you, Captain.
Mm-hmm.
I do appreciate it. I was worried there for a moment, but I have, had faith that God would see Mr. Hood through this. I'll
So
just
he
step
did,
right
Father
over here.
Blackwood. Congratulations.
I'd recommend standing over here.
Oh, yes. Well, all right, okay.
I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I don't suppose people will take kindly to this. So while you're in here, we're gonna do our best to protect you. If you're over here, you're slightly out of line of sight of most of the windows as opposed to anywhere else.
Oh, right.
I would recommend, if you can, crouching down, and it's going to take me a little while to drum up what your personal effects are and what you're due back, but I'll try to do it as quick as I can.
Yes, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll just
sit over here and wait.
I can do that.
Deputy.
Yes, sir.
You wouldn't happen to have any water Would you? I don't have anything. I haven't had a chance to go to the store yet.
Ah, I can give you a couple, Mr. Father Blackwood.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yes, sir. There you go.
Yeah, so Skullmaster Flex, well, you might have saw the end of it. So I was standing trial for multiple murders, and I had a fantastic defense attorney. Mr. Hood knocked that out of the park. Oh my god. Knocked it out of the park. It was fantastic. Tore the prosecution down bit by bit. So yes, as I was found not guilty, and I was, wrongly incarcerated, clearly Father Blackwood's next move is to sue the police station. And, well, I've spent a large amount of time in Sisika. So much time in Sisika. Like, actual IRL hours in Sisika. So many. So I will be suing the department for damages and mental distress that was caused. I don't know, somewhere in the neighborhood of probably $1,000 ought to do. So stupid. Maybe more. I don't know. Let's see. It's a conversion rate. That's a lot of cash for $18.99. That's right. It's a lot of money. There's a lot of money for Blackwood too. But yeah, we won the trial, which means they can't try Blackwood again for any of these because that would be double jeopardy. So, unless they find new evidence.
Not right now.
Which isn't going to happen. Oh boy, somebody's outside.
For the moment, yes.
Do we have visitors?
Sure does sound that way, but I didn't get to see who.
But yeah, everything will be double. It would be double jeopardy. So with this new fresh lease on life, I think for the time being, Blackwood is going to lay low for a while. Oh yeah, fantastic. We won the case. So my other character, Hank Wilson, who is the undersheriff here, and might be the sheriff soon. I don't know. Told Janice Whitby, who was one of the other judges, that because I've looked over the case files for this, and is within Hank's purview to do. And I told the other judge that I didn't think this was gonna fly. I told the other judge, like, look, everything else here is circumstantial. Everything. So, the only thing that wasn't was the testimony of a liar.
I seem to have a bag stuck in my hand, and I need you to grab his gun.
Oh, you see the bag in your hand, but all right.
I can't resolve it right now for some reason.
It's fantastic for Blackwood. Yes, 100%. Oh God, I was legit nervous. I didn't know what they were going to say. I was worried that it might be a hung jury. So, on a hung jury, basically the case is dismissed, but they can still then try me later for the stuff because they didn't get a verdict one way or the other. But because they came out and said not guilty, ooh, I'm a free man.
Free. That was good. That was really, really good.
I have it on record that it was just a carbine repeater. Do you have anything else?
Oh, it very much was not a carbine repeater.
It wasn't.
No, I had a repeating shotgun that was taken from me as well.
Okay. Anything else?
I had Win Anders and Caduceus Bane kidnapped me. I had a knife.
Okay.
I had the carbine repeater, and I had the repeating shotgun.
Okay.
Yes, please give me the attempted murder weapon back. Please, please, so I can use it again. That repeating shotgun is very expensive, and I'd be very upset if they didn't give it back to me. Hey, Skelly, how's it going? Oh, bro, I love you too, man. Oh, God, I honestly was not expecting the jury to come back and say not guilty. I really wasn't, because, like I said before, one of them used to be a lawman. One of them... Hello? Oh, what's the sheriff? One of them... Oh, he's going off duty. Oh, he's upset. One of the jurors used to be a lawman and was present for some of the investigation. They didn't take part in it, but they were present for it and saw case files. So I was very much expecting some bias there, and there might have been, but not enough to sway the jury. Obviously, did he leave the door open? That's very dangerous. I bet my horses died while ooh, that's another thing. If my horses died while I was in Sisika because I couldn't take care of them, that's another, I don't know, $300 or $400 per horse. So we're looking at, I don't know, $2,000 in damages. Oh God, yeah, horses are expensive in this economy. For our little county here. Oh yes, 100%. I agree with you, Skelly. It shows just how unbiased they were, which I'm very grateful that they did. Now, had the prosecution brought anything up regarding anything, I was surprised they came back with a...
All right, here's what's going to happen, and I so apologize for this. First of all, what's your telegram if we have to reach you, which we will?
144.
All right, so we're going to be giving you back your carbine repeater as well as the knife. However, I personally cannot track down the serial number that was given for that repeating shotgun. So we just don't want to be giving you some random one and it perchance has to go back to someone else. So I'm just going to talk to some folks and get that confirmed, and then I'll send you a telegram myself to get that one back to you.
Well, I can't say that I'm not a little disappointed.
I understand that, and I do apologize. Unfortunately, I just want to do my due diligence, especially if we do have someone rolling up, looking for theirs, and then I'm like, oh well, we gave it to someone else. Can't really be doing that.
Right. Okay.
But
Well,
I'll make a note of it as well for the department, for them to keep their eyes out. I'll also notate your telegram so everybody can be on top of it, do their digging, and get that to you as soon as possible.
and should that not be able to be tracked down, what then?
We will reimburse you.
Okay.
So
all right. Well,
if you had it like customized or anything like that, we'll get the proper compensation over to you so you can get that replaced.
well, that's fine. It was not customized in any manner.
Okay.
But all right. I suppose we're done here then. I don't
I
know.
do apologize. Yeah, we should be fine unless there's anything else. Like I said, just both eyes open, head on a swivel. I don't want to have to warn you, but you're a smart man, so.
Yes. If you see me sneaking through the alleyways within the next few hours or so, it's because I'm trying to make it back to the church in one piece.
What we can do is, if you need to and want to, can get you over to the clothing store to, get you an outfit, at least one that isn't as out there.
Right.
If you're comfortable or not.
Um,
Otherwise, we can just let you out the back door and, leave you to fend for yourself.
Well, I was not making an abundance of money while I was in Sisika, so I really don't have money for a new outfit. I think
I
I'll
wouldn't
just
mind giving you money. if
no.
you want.
I cannot ask you to do that. I'll just exit out of the back door here.
All right, then we will let you out. And like I said, we'll get in contact with you as soon as possible about that other gun.
Alrighty.
All right.
Call me Mr. Blackwood. I'll let you out.
Thank you, sir.
Josie.
Take care of yourself.
I will try.
You have a good evening, Father Blackwood.
You as well. Ooh, free man. Let's see here. Gun belt. Kniffy. At the very least. Didn't I have a double action revolver too? I don't remember. I was prepared to overrule the jury of the rule. Yeah.
I honestly, I would be kind of surprised if it didn't go that way. There was, I mean, they had nope, they had almost no evidence. Not too worried about them. I am worried about people in here.
I'm gonna change over to this voice so I don't. How much water? Oh, too right. UI upsets me sometimes. Water. I have 1 water. Yeah, 3 beans. All right, I'll just I'll get some of each so I don't starve. Mental love. That was an absolute blast. I was shaking the whole time. I really was. I'm surprised that it went the way that it did. But I'm also happy. It was crazy. Oh, he went to the bar. Well, that's meta, and I don't know that. Blackwood would not go to the bar anyway. Oh, hello.
I believe someone was waiting to talk to you around the corner.
Stolas has a twin. Look
see.
at him.
Oh my. What did you say?
Me or her?
You said somebody was stalking me?
No, I said I believe someone was waiting around the corner to talk to you.
Oh, yes.
Well, no,
And it
is
would
that
be her.
necessarily well, no. Wait.
You were the one that was waiting. Oh, were you just waiting to make sure he was all right?
Yes, more or less. I don't trust the
Alright.
law.
I am worried about my safety myself. The only thing the sheriff's department returned to me was my carbine. I had a repeating shotgun that they took, but they seem to have lost it.
Interesting. Are they going to compensate you?
Captain Sweet said that if they cannot find it, they will telegram me and reimburse me for the repeating shotgun.
All right.
Now, those are her words. I have no reason not to trust her.
Did she give you a time frame, though?
A few days.
Ugh.
Mm-hmm.
For something that they messed up.
Mm-hmm.
Aren't they meant to document all the serial numbers and the locations and who took the things off of who and whatnot?
I would imagine so.
What are the chances that it's a deputy that hasn't even been in county for a week? Anyway.
I don't know. Oh.
All
but
right.
Yeah, I think we're all referencing the same thing. Well, how nice of you, sir.
Yeah, I guess that guy just gave us all a piece of candy or something.
Yep. So
I
what did everyone
suppose so.
find?
I honestly don't know.
I think I found a rock.
I would certainly be worried for
Oh.
your safety, considering that I don't necessarily trust Bane and Ender's not to try some shit again.
No, I don't either. I don't
Perhaps here
trust
isn't
either one of them.
necessarily the place to talk about that.
Most certainly not. I don't know if my horses are still alive.
Would you like a ride over to the stable? We'll find out.
I would, yes.
Alright.
I will see you guys over there.
In either case, I knew that they were pushing too soon.
I don't know what you mean.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my. Let's see.
He'll be alright.
Let's find out if my horses are here. Let's find out. Horsey. Oh, Lazarus is... Oh, boy. He's so old now. Oh,
What's the point of putting out my
poor-
cigar if I'm going to walk here anyways?
You poor thing. Oh, Lazarus. Oh, he's so thirsty. So hungry.
There are so many foxes on that roof.
Oh no. Oh, hey, look. Band. Goodbye. Let's see. Can we get you? Let's get you some water. You're so thirsty. Drink the water. There you go. Gulp it down. Oh, you're so old now. What happened?
There is a very good chance that he sort of just keels over if he's old.
He's,
It happened to me mid-conversation with one of my horses.
Poor Orbis.
We don't talk about that.
Mid-converse. Oh, no.
I was in the middle of speaking with one of the horse trainers about elder care, and it just sort of decided that was the time.
Well, that is very unfortunate. Hey, look, I know I've been gone for a long time, but you don't have to get all fussy. All right, come on. Do I have a brush? No brush.
Perhaps I've a solution actually for you.
Oh?
Yes, but it will require a ride out to another town.
Ah, understood.
But I've got a horse that I caught and trained up and was intending to try to sell it, but nobody seems to have expressed interest. If you need a horse to use, you're more than welcome to have her.
Lazarus here has a few years left, but if you don't find anyone to sell the horse to, by the time Lazarus keels over, it's all right, fella. Then gladly, yes.
Just keep it in mind. You've got my telegram and whatnot.
Yes, I do appreciate that. My frame rate has
Neither case. Perhaps we go find somewhere on the outskirts to talk for a bit.
agreed.
No!
No?
No
Did you keep
spilling
talking
soup
loudly?
on me. I'm not... I didn't know that you weren't talking loudly.
I
You
was
said he was going
whispering.
to spill soup on me.
My frame rate?
Well, it's more like frog legs and mashed potatoes. But
If you get my vest dirty, you have to clean it.
I mean,
What time is it? 10 o'clock.
all right.
Alright. At least just out of earshot. No. Alright.
I need to adjust my graphics settings, I think.
It's not the same.
It
As up
was
there.
right there.
Yeah. Well, I use this location a lot anyway. What to do about Mr. Bain?
I don't know. I asked
You know he
for
won't
him.
stop.
I know. I asked for him to be dealt with while I was in jail.
By one of his own people?
Well, I don't know who his people are. But I have good rapport with Cardinal.
Another bird.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that they're necessarily a group together, but I tend to assume that anyone with thematic names are probably, at least to some degree, friends.
Well, I don't know if they're friends.
I'm not sure that anyone in Thieves Landing is really friends.
No.
But it doesn't necessarily mean that Cardinal, in the position that she's in, would be looking to stir trouble with other denizens.
It's true.
And I've got my own bones to pick with the man anyhow.
Oh, well, I certainly want him dead, that's for sure. I just don't know how or when. Because you're right, he's not going to stop. He's not going to stop coming at me after this.
And now he's going to go after Hood as well.
Well, he said he would.
I believe he will.
I mean, all Hood did was poke holes in the prosecution's case. It's their fault for not getting a more ironclad prosecution together. They fumbled it.
They needed more
Terribly.
time.
More
They
time.
also needed to actually investigate things and not just, oh, well, Bible verse, okay.
Take somebody's word on it. You know what's really funny? Hood let me look at a lot of those case files that he was presented to as evidence. The first murder that Cunningham committed, they listed me as a suspect. I wasn't even here yet.
Yes, actually, I was the one who mentioned that to Mr. Hood. You see, I was the one who arrested Cunningham while I was a deputy. And as a matter of fact, they, before we found Cunningham, brought the files to me and said, "Do you think this is Blackwood's work?" And I looked at it and I said, "No, absolutely not. That's not Blackwood's MO." And they didn't believe me. And still listed you as a suspect.
Absolutely wild.
Because I had no way of knowing if you were in the county or not, but I acted under the assumption that you were, and even with that assumption, there was absolutely no way that I could see that being you. It was too erratic, for lack of a better term. But neither here nor there. Clearly, they never wanted to listen to anything I had to say to begin with. What am I but just another criminal?
Well, I do believe that if it was needed, I believe that your testimony could have proven very beneficial.
I was hoping that it wouldn't be there, because I know that Levi would have tried to cross-examine me, and that if Hood wasn't able to object for relevancy, that I would have had to either perjure myself or rat you. Which was neither things I really wanted.
Right. Yeah, I don't think anybody would have wanted that. But I think one of the more defining moments in that trial was when Hood, mid-trial, got 2 of the charges for murder dismissed.
Absolutely.
I think that had a large part in the jury's decision. I could be wrong, but I suspect that that was it.
I think his closing statement also, just pointing out, why would you believe Cad? There's no reason to. He's saving his own skin.
I owe that man a steak dinner. At the very least.
He did a very good job.
Yes, he did.
I think that Levi did the best he could with what he had, but I also think that the law should have asked if there was even enough to prosecute before they even arrested you.
I sat in a jail cell in Strawberry for almost 2 hours while they made that decision.
Did they include Mr. Levi in it?
He was there. He probably the reason it took so long.
I'd imagine so. He probably was debating it himself. I wouldn't be surprised if the lawmen were the ones that sort of pressured Levi into agreeing to it more than Levi actually wanted to.
I mean, even so, if Levi was there and he said no, they wouldn't have had a prosecutor, so...
Don't tell me about the pop.
Nope.
Oh, never mind. I think that's strange.
Little headache.
Yeah, a little bit.
Don't spill your soup.
Going to punch you.
What else is here?
Anyhow.
In my what?
Question is, do we still think that Anders is a problem?
I think Anders could be a problem.
Do you think he will be a problem of his own volition? Or was Bane the ringleader?
It's hard to say. I don't really know.
I think that his flip-flopping is rather interesting. So one moment he's talking about how he wants Bane dead for attacking him, and the next he's buddies with him all around the town.
I found it very strange too.
I think the man just doesn't know where his loyalties lie, clearly.
Yes, it's really a shame.
He could be a powerful asset if he put his mind into the right direction.
He could be.
Wasted potential, really. I tried to give him purpose. He didn't want it. And now look at him, drowning out his days at the bars.
Oh, is he at the bar now?
Who knows? Probably. I know that every single time I've been around him as of late, he smelled like alcohol.
Really? Kiddo. That is interesting.
Indeed.
Well,
But then that raises the question, is he even functional enough to do anything, even if he wanted to? Not to underestimate him, even a little.
I was about to say. If anything, being inebriated would be more of an advantage to him.
Less fear. Less reaction. Sure. Bane, though, I agree, is definitely a problem.
Bane is a problem. I fear, though, that if I'm involved in that in the slightest, then I will be put back in jail.
We make it look like someone else.
You would also give it time first.
Yes.
Oh, yes, of course.
We give it time, we make it look like someone else, or even himself.
Or, in fact, hire someone else.
Sure. But we've already tried that. And there's no one
In
willing.
a telegram.
Well, that was my only option at the moment.
Yes, I don't blame you for that.
Fine.
It's a lot harder to say no face to face.
Yes.
Hire someone else, make it look like someone else. You know what I think might be more interesting, though? Why don't we flip the script just a little bit more? Let's say he did intend to go after you. I mean, he's already admitted in front of the jury that he intended to go after Hood again. He's already gone after you once, except for nothing violent came out of it. What if it did look like you had a little accident, and there was evidence leading to CAD?
Oh, interesting.
We get him put behind bars, problem solved. I don't think they'll be as generous without a reason to make a deal.
Probably not. You're probably right. I do kind of like this idea. What do you think?
Oh, I like it, trust me. I wanted to pin the murders on him in the first place, but he was granted immunity.
Right. Well, him being granted immunity, honestly, was kind of a blessing in disguise. Because if they had charged him with accessory, and he was found guilty, and he said that it was me there, then that's a pretty damning statement.
Took him long enough to mention the dressed as a medic part.
I was wondering when he would say that.
I think he said it also so quickly that it went over a lot of people's heads.
I almost missed it myself.
If he wouldn't have said anything about it at all, that would have been an interesting thing for Hood to use. But you're saying that it was Blackwood, but there's multiple people that said that you were seen with a medic. Who was the medic?
Indeed. Oh, well. We can give it a few days. Come back and plan later.
You're not going to be making any hasty steps in that time, are you?
Oh, heavens, no.
I don't want to see you behind bars again quite yet.
Not going to happen. I will not be taken alive again.
Could I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Why Rose?
Allegedly.
Yes, allegedly.
Well.
Well, we already discussed that there seemed to be some odd going-ons with her. Did you figure out something I haven't yet?
I did indeed find something.
Most interesting. What is it that you think you found? Besides a curse?
I will admit there is something of a hunger associated with this. But I have found that I am much harder to kill now.
And yet, you looked at me skeptically.
I didn't know. I do now.
Oh, come. You wouldn't trust an old friend to tell you the truth.
It's not that I didn't trust you. It's strange. I've devoted my entire life to faith. But in that moment, I had a hard time believing any of that. And then, for whatever reason, Rose comes along, complaining of some evil, some disease. I offered her exorcism. Said it sounded like something that I could get rid of. Well, that was a lie. I didn't know for sure if I could get rid of it, but I knew that I could force her to share it. I saw her eyes. Much redder than mine. I think she's been like this for a while. She's able to control it. Much more.
You tend to learn how to cope afflictions like these over time.
Yes. Well, in order to garner leverage over another individual who was in prison with me, I gave him one of the other bottles that I had taken. He was looking for it himself. It's well, he was elated, to say the least.
I would be careful disrupting the balance of nature, Father.
Oh,
There is a reason why things are how they are.
I agree. But sometimes a little chaos can get you exactly what you want.
What chaos do you seek? Immortality.
Oh, that's already gotten.
So then what's next?
I don't know. Not yet. I have eternity to wait here on this earth now to do whatever it is I please. I don't know. But I'll come up with something.
I've been on this earth for a little over 100 years, and I still haven't figured it out. Sometimes I think I know what my purpose is. And then, in an instant,
Shattered, stripped from you.
sometimes by choices of my own, sometimes by the choices of others. I think at this point I've decided that it's best to simply go with the ebb and the flow of the tide.
I do like the sound of that.
I don't necessarily think of long term. I think of what benefits me in the moment. After all, if I mess up and things don't work out here, there's always somewhere else. It's not as if I don't have to leave every 50 years or so anyway, so people don't catch on that I don't age.
Yes, I suppose that will be a factor moving forward.
Something to consider. Of course, people are stupid.
People are very stupid. Superstitious, too.
Change your name, the cut of your hair, your clothing. As a matter of fact, you have a man buried at your church right now. His name was Antoine Laurent. See, nobody questioned it, but he showed up here in Blackwater calling me Brielle. I wonder why.
It is strange.
I think it's even stranger that absolutely no one questioned it, but it just goes to prove my point, Father, that people are stupid.
I suppose so.
I'll admit, I'm a bit stupid myself. I don't always make the brightest
There's 50
decisions,
people on the server right now. Holy shit.
but I learn from them.
I try. This is a strange point in my life.
The question is it actually life anymore? I've pondered over and over and over again. I mean, I died before the artifact brought me back. Am I alive?
I died in Sisika. Stabbed to death. Yet here I stand.
Would you and the other fellow take turns?
We did.
Makes sense. Strange intermission. Would either of you have water?
I do have some water, yes.
Thank you.
There you are.
Thought I had more than I did, apparently.
Imagine being out of apple juice already.
Well, I've got a problem with cigarettes. Anyway,
You just watched me smoke a cigar on the way up here.
I don't want to hear it. You keep your mouth shut.
All right, I'll just stand here and look pretty.
No! Anyway, the point is, you've got nothing but time now to learn from mistakes, to make new mistakes, or to perfect your plan. You know, I don't think I've ever actually asked you, why do you do what you do? Do you actually believe that you're serving God?
To some extent, yes.
Could I ask in what way? I like to know what makes people tick. The way they think, their perspectives.
Well, like many folks in my shoes, it started with my father. Every day he would come home from the mines and beat my mother with his belt. Not once did she fight back. And every Sunday, we went to church as if nothing ever happened. This went on for years. One day I was reading the good book. It's been years and years and years ago now. Came across the verse. Talked about wrath of a man. When I was reading this, the words, they rearranged themselves. Some of them disappeared. Others got brighter. Maybe it was my imagination. Maybe not. But the words, the letters, they rearranged, and they spelled my father's name. I knew then what I had to do. So I went into the bedroom. I took the belt that he beat my mother with for years on end. And that night, when he went to bed, I strangled him with it. I tore out the verse from my Bible and I pinned it to his chest. And then I left, knowing that my mother would never have to endure that ever again. I left, knowing that
That
she
mean-
would know what I had done, but not knowing how she would react. Made my way to New York, and they took me in there. But the words, they never stopped rearranging. It continued on for years. I used that as a sign. It hasn't happened for a while, though. Not since I was put into jail. I've had my Bible.
Were you afraid then of how she'd react?
I was.
But that also means she lost both of you.
She did. I was notified years later at the church in New York City that I served in that she had died cholera.
I see.
She did lose us both, and I understand that she died alone in her bed with no one there to look after her. But after that day, she also didn't have anyone beating her day after day.
I understand. Perhaps more than I'd like to admit. Sometimes doing what we feel is right burns bridges. I've seen a lot of that recently.
Yes, it does.
I feel that being in opposition to the law is what I'm meant to be doing right now. Unfortunately, it's lost me a lot of friendships, potential relationships. People that I once cared about, that I revered even. I thought that they were the best people in the world. Now I look at everything, and I can't help but think about how it's all so insignificant in the great span of time which I'll be here. These people, 100 years from now, maybe I'll still remember them, but I don't know what impact they really have on me. Yet I have every impact on them. Change starts at a small scale. We can do change for good, or we can do change for chaos. I've done a bit of both recently. And has questioned why I was defending you. Think he's upset with me. I don't really care if he is or not. Not anymore.
Why?
Why defend you or why not care?
Why defend me? I am curious myself. It's not that
When
I
you-
don't appreciate it. I do.
I think there's 2 or 3 potential reasons. Some outweigh the others. When you went with me to that conversation with Festus out in Armadillo, he asked me the same thing. He said, if you're so sure that Blackwood's guilty, then why haven't you done anything about it? Why isn't he dead yet? I said, because if I handle it, then you've just got another murderer on your hands.
Oh, I see.
I want the people to have something to look up to. The law is meant to be that. My goal, even 3 years ago, was to push the law to be better, to teach them how criminals think, and to actually investigate things and come to true justice. Not assumptions, not coincidences, not circumstantial evidence.
Help at all.
Until they can prove without any doubt that you actually did those things, they failed.
Indeed they have.
Sometimes, to push people to be better, you have to do things that are morally questionable.
Necessary evil, some would say.
Indeed. I tried things their way. They wouldn't let me do things their way. They weren't willing to teach me their way, so I'm back to doing things my way. Maybe my way isn't always the best way. But the thing is that I'm not here because I just want to see someone hang for something. I'm not here because I want revenge, which is ultimately what they're looking for. They want vengeance for these innocent lives that were lost. I don't want someone to pay for those lives that were lost. I want people to understand the true meaning of righteousness and justice. That's why I've always been more than willing to go to jail for something I actually did. If they caught me, they found me fair and square, I'd go with them. Absolutely no problems. I'd congratulate them even for figuring it out.
I like that.
I enjoy being a challenge, and I have fun being a challenge. I don't really fear the repercussions, because what is there to fear? Death? Well, good luck with that. Every single time that I've died, I've come back 3 days later, almost as I'm the Christ himself.
3 days? Interesting.
Give or take. It's not as if I can usually keep track. What I do know is that I've died before, and I'll die again. Never gets any easier. It doesn't feel pleasant.
No, it did not.
But usually I find my way out of whatever they've done to me. either Silas here digs me up out of something, or I manage to figure my own way out of whatever they've decided to do with me, and I pack up, move on to the next place, change my name. You know, this is actually the first place that I've used my true name in a while.
Really?
I felt a connection with the people here, I suppose, and it only felt right to be at least a little more honest with them.
I suppose that's fair.
Well, except my last name. I'll be honest, I don't remember what my true last name was anymore. If last names were even really commonplace then. They weren't really too much in terms of, well, how they were used. They weren't used the way they were here. It's usually stuff that just sort of described an occupation or something. And I've kept that tradition in a way. Le Maître, it means the master, usually specifically in reference to performance artists. I see my entire existence as a performance, faking normalcy.
Interesting.
3 years ago, when the law would arrest me, I told them that crime was my stage. Really, all the world's my stage. My reality, as well yours now, is what you make of it.
Well, when I figure out what's next, I'll let you know.
I am willing to help you so long as it does not endanger myself.
Duly noted.
As much as I'm not necessarily afraid of repercussion, I don't really want to leave town.
Well, that's understandable.
I have unfinished business here.
Yes, I think a lot of folks do.
Give what I propose some thought. See what you can come up with. If I can help at all in staging things, then I'll throw together a disguise and we'll figure it out.
I will do that. I appreciate the offer.
As I said, I'm not much a fan of Bane myself. He's done me wrong in the past multiple times now, and I would very much like to see him behind bars.
I wonder if the immunity falls apart in the event of a not guilty verdict. Then they have to look for other people, right?
And they have one. I think he ought to have been put to trial as well, but...
That also would have had to been agreed upon when he took the deal.
Mm-hmm.
Some
I
form
don't
of contract,
think
I'm sure.
I don't think they can persecute it now without going back on the deal, which they won't do because they don't want to be that corrupt. That's obvious. Duh.
No, of course not.
Still got a little bit of a bone to pick with the sheriff, too.
I was just gonna say, nothing happened that night we saw Mr. Anders and Bane standing over you with Sheriff, right? Nothing out of the normal. Aside from them being acting as lawmen.
You see, they acted a little bit suspiciously towards the two of us, and I'm not sure if it was because they were trying to cover something up, or they genuinely thought that I might try to intervene.
I don't know if you had seen us there or not at the time.
I noticed them being a little guarded towards that direction. Unfortunately for me, most of that time, Bane was stepping on my head, so I really couldn't move around a whole lot.
I see.
They allowed him
the
to
sheriff
treat you that way?
The sheriff just let him do it.
Interesting.
Right. He's not corrupt at all. Listen, all I'm saying is that I told Festus very, very clearly that if I found out that Bill or anyone had followed him to that conversation, that all bets were off. I found Bill in the hills, and I spotted him before I had even left the outskirts of Armadillo, and that meant all bets were off. The only reason why I've postponed anything was because you asked me not to until the trial. Well, the trial's over.
Have at it. Thank you for that, by the way.
It was a precaution, I suppose. Want to cause a little mayhem. Bill is on my list, but not necessarily for harm. I just want his gun. For funny.
Oh. Well, as much as I would like to continue this conversation, I believe I need some much needed rest.
Right, anything's got to be better than the fucking prison.
Oh, it's terrible there.
Wow. Be safe.
Still getting my land legs under me, apparently.
Great start.
Thank you again for everything.
Of course. Keep in touch.
Horse. Why horse? Go. Go, horse. Go, go, go. Whew. We won! Taking sidearm off back, because we don't want them to be able to pin us with anything. Don't like that. Well, I was going to maybe
stream a little Sally Singer, but it's already late. That was a good talk. It was. Yeah. That I have thoughts. But that's meta. No, I just my brain is kind of fried at the moment. There's so much that happened. The timing. Oh my god. I have a love-hate relationship with the character as well. Mainly because I like playing Hank a lot. But I love to tell this story. Is that person or okay.
Oh, you poor thing. They couldn't prove any of it. Jury let me walk away. And now they can't try me for it at all. All charges dropped. Not guilty. How about that? I wonder who's next. And to think, you and Otto could have stopped me all those years ago. These people's blood is on your hands as much as it is mine. Ah, feels good to be back. I wonder who that is. Don't know. Let's see what we've got. Okay, so we've got some money in the ledger. We've got some things here. Some coal for the boat. Put the nails over here. Oh, I can't move the nails. Hello? Oh, I have one nail. All right. Let's see. Oh, look. More bolas. Do I have the ammo for the bolas? No, I'll need to make that. No, oh, no, there's some. Lots of leather. Maybe I can make something. Softwood, leather, tree logs. Fibers. Has anybody done anything to the church? Let's find out. Nothing here. Nothing here. Black and yellow gargoyle mask. What is this? That's it. Just whatever. Interesting. Mm. Will not bother with that. I need. It's black and yellow. Yes, black and yellow mask. Indeed. Huh. I. I think I'm going to call the stream there. I may continue to play Blackwood for a little while, but I'm going to cut the stream there. If something happens, I'll maybe, start it back up. But thanks everybody. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. And
I'm a free man. So yeah, it's good. It was real good shit. Thanks everybody. Okay, good night.